Dear audience, dear colleagues, association members, entrepreneurs, partners, distinguished Prime Minister, ministers, ladies and gentlemen. The defense industry is an integral part of every nation's defense capabilities. We have come together, Estonian Ministry of Defense, Armed Forces, our defense companies, universities, and finally, Estonian Defence Industry Association, already long way. Last year, 2019, do you really believe this was just a year ago when we celebrated together association 10th anniversary? This last 10 years has been success story to close collaboration between key stakeholders domestically and over the borders. We just a month ago conducted survey together with our General Director of Estonian Defence Industry Association, Mr. Tarmo Ränisoo, to investigate what are the main problems of our member companies now and the next 12 months. And time when we prepare this survey, we somehow recognize that we already have something 45 companies whose main business model, main business activities related with defense and security. 10 years ago, when we started with association, there were only few companies whose main business was related with defense and security. I'd like to say today Estonia is more defended, partly also thanks our defense industrial capabilities and dedicated people who working our companies and thinking daily basis also how to solve problems and challenges to efficiently defend our country against adversaries. This is why we strongly advocate that the Estonian Defence Act has to explicitly state Estonian defence industry is the integral part of Estonian defence capability in all stages of national defence, peacetime, crisis, and also wartime. This is the reason why association believe the review of current Estonian defence industry policy initiated by Ministry of Defence is the foundation of Estonian defence industry development for the next decade. Our industry has been developed time of last 10 years, and of course problems are changed also. We like to see Estonian defense industry where we have a lot of newcomers, startups, but same time we have internationally recognized industry leaders. Smart focusing into certain clusters, for instance, unmanned platforms or cyber or something else, is the main driver for the future success. But of course, to achieve this future success, we should overcome current short-term challenges caused by COVID-19. And as I already mentioned, we conducted the survey among our members, and the main findings from survey related with access to the capital in the different stages of the company lifespan, lack of the right skill set and properly qualified workforce, and of course access to the market. Because we know that in defense industry, the lead time to the market is very long. And of course, COVID-19 make it even longer. And of course, our catching up defense industry like to get and find access to the main export markets. And this is the area where association, companies, and also state should collaborate very, very closely to get over and solve the problem. But not only access to the export markets, not the success to our future defense industry, but also good collaboration with Estonian governments to working together really great products and services which is needed to defend our own country. And of course, we really believe and we also strong advocates liberal market economy, but same time we should acknowledge that Estonian defense industry and armed forces and Ministry of Defense, we have to share our best knowledge, what we have, how to really defend our country. And not time of procurement, where very easily might be conflict of interest, but longer time frame. If you're already planning doctrinal basis that how and what we are going to do, maybe this time already right to bring industrial knowledge into decision-making procedure. Because our companies are working very closely together with many countries, with many armed forces. And we believe that not only product-based, but also doctrine and strategy-based, we have something to share with our armed forces, our Ministry of Defense. Somehow we are working also as ambassadors to bring best knowledge worldwide back to their home. And this is something what we like to share and what is beneficial for Estonia. This is why we advocate so strongly that if a government prepare 10th year development plan, that association and industry as whole must be integral part of this preparation process. I think this is the exactly right time frame to get over the conflict of interest. This is the right moment to speak very strategic and general way that how and why we need to protect Estonia. And I think today's annual conference, what we have organized already years, is really excellent stage for sharing views from different stakeholders, domestic stakeholders, but also representatives cross-border. I think today, if I look our panelists, excellent speakers who have a best global-wide knowledge, why, what, and how to develop defense and defense industry. I'd like to wish to all of us very fruitful discussions today and very enlightening conference day. Thank you. And our next speaker who get the floor for opening speech is our Prime Minister, Mr. Jüri Ratas. Please, floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Estonian Defence Industry Association's hybrid conference. It is an unhappy sign of the times that I cannot welcome you in person, but the latest news of vaccines give us hope that societies can return to greater face-to-face contact soon. Never before have vaccines become available as fast as COVID-19. This shows ever greater research ability of modern industry and its readiness to respond to great challenges. This is something governments around the world value highly, and not only in the field of medicine. On behalf of the Estonian government, I would like to recognize Estonian defense industry for the work of past 10 years that has allowed a number of capable and innovative companies to emerge. Strong defense industry is not only important for increasing defense capabilities of Estonia and our allies, but also for bringing new investment and ideas. This is especially important for boosting innovation and developing international competitive products. Companies of the Estonian defense industry already have well-known strengths like cyber defense, autonomous systems, surveillance systems, data analysis, and artificial intelligence products. This is an example basis for furthering exports. Creating new technology is difficult and requires government support. The Estonian draft budget for 2021 proposed to increase investments into research and development to 1% of GDP. The total volume of government sector investments will increase by 28% and research 1.9 billion euros. The defense budget will grow to 2.3% of GDP. To guarantee necessary funds for procurements and investments. Estonian companies have a key role in national defense as annual more than 50% of the defense investments budget order are filled by them. There are also business opportunities in European cooperation. During Estonian presidency in 2017, we founded the European Defence Fund that will invest 7 billion euros by 2027. Estonian companies seeking to use these opportunities can count on the government's active support, including in business, diplomacy, innovation competitions, and cooperation with Estonian Defence Forces. On product testing provide additional support. Let me conclude by hoping that the excellent partnership between the Estonian government and our defense industry will continue for the good of our national defense as well as for the Estonian companies. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention, and I wish you a good debates and new ideas for the conference.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen behind the screens. Tere hommikust. So, my name is Kuldar Väärsi and I'm the member of the Supervisory Board of Estonian Defence Industry Association. And now we can start with first panel today. And the topic which is for the first panel is very important in the European defence industry context, because European Defence Fund is the most important defence industrial initiative in Europe so far. And the ambition of this program is not low. If I would bring out or emphasize a couple of goals for the program, then I would clearly state that the intention is that there is a consolidation of requirements between the member states and reduction of the duplication, which would result in the better efficiency. And secondly, obviously, the better integration and collaboration between the industries, which has the a special attention on the SMEs. And all these goals should result in more efficient defense capability planning, in more efficient defense industry, and should avoid us lagging behind of our allies, but more importantly, our potential adversaries. Because the industry development or the technology development cycle is getting faster and faster, and disruptive technologies will change the defense capabilities more and more. Today we have exactly right people in the panel to whom or from whom to ask that how happy are we with results so far and what are the main takeaways. And obviously, as we are in Estonia, then one of the focuses will be on how the small member states can benefit and participate, and as well how the SMEs can be successful in the European Defence Fund and EDIDP programs. So first of all, please allow me to introduce you the panelists. We have here Mr. Timo Pesonen. He is the Director General of DG DEFIS, which stands for Defence Industry and Space. He has long experience in the diplomacy on national and EU level. He has been as well the Director General for DG COM and DG GROW. Mr. Kusti Salm is the Director General for Estonian Centre for Defence Investment and as well Estonian National Armaments Director. In NATO, he represents Estonia in the Conference of National Armaments Directors. In EDA, he serves as the member of National Armaments Steering Board. And by the way, he has been as well the chief negotiator for European Defence Industrial Development Programme, so the very program we are talking about today. Mr. Gabriele Colombo is the Senior Vice President in Leonardo with responsibility on land armaments. He is as well CEO of Leonardo Hispania in Valencia. And Mr. Alex Kors is co-founder of Microflow Technologies in 1998 and Microflow Avisa in 2010. By background, he's a mechanical engineer and business administrator, and he has been very active on the European defence industrial scene for years. So that is for the introduction, and now I would be glad to hand over the floor to Mr. Timo Pesonen. So, Timo, please.
Thank you, Guldar. Thanks for inviting me to this event, and I want to congratulate Estonian Defence Industry Association for taking this initiative, which is very timely and very accurate. I would love to be in Tallinn, which is my favorite second hometown, after Helsinki, of course, but unfortunately, we are living in a new normal, so this is not the case. So I'm addressing you from my office in Brussels. I want to make quickly 5 messages as an introduction. First, just a reminder that the defense is a top priority in the European Commission. You see a lot talk about green digital resilience, health, fight against the COVID-19. Of course, all those are high on the agenda, but so is defense, which is an enabler also to the fight against the COVID-19. There's a clear agenda ahead of us for the years to come with EU-NATO strategic partnership, implementation of the European Defence Fund, military mobility, on which I work very closely with my dear friend, Estonian Director General Henrik Hololei from DG MOVE, hybrid threats, cybersecurity, just to name the few. There is a significant budget, still pending, of course, on the final agreement between the Parliament and the Member States. In particular, now the ball is at the level of the Member States, as you very well know. There will be 8 billion euros for European Defence Fund and a bit less than 2 billion for military mobility. We would have hoped for more, but we are very much aware of the need to compromise. There's a new structure to interface, DG Defence Industry and Space, which is now like 11 months old. We are learning to walk, we are learning to talk, that's why we are here. We have something like 230 experts at the moment and are slowly recruiting a bit more to build up the team. Secondly, we are at the implementation phase. Almost three years ago, time flies, Kusti was actually the key player when during the Estonian presidency, the European Defence Industrial Development Programme, EDIDP, these abbreviations are, by the way, horrible, regulation has been agreed. And it was very much thanks to Estonian presidency and Kusti's personal commitment that we managed to do that. And we have achieved a lot since that. On the research side, on the BADRE program, already 18 projects were 100% funded by the Union, benefiting 200 companies. And on the EDIDP, which you all know very well, on the capability development, 16 projects were awarded in 2019, and 220 entities were beneficiary. So all in all, 590 million, including the ongoing call for the project. And this is just the beginning. We are now preparing the implementation of the European Defence Fund proper, and there is something like 1 billion a year to be committed. Thirdly, the fund is about cooperation with a clear driver. All the member states and entities across the EU, despite their size, geographical location, can benefit from the European Defence Fund. The Commission has promoted inclusion and openness. Inclusion and openness. It means EDIP results have shown success. In average, we have 14 entities located on 7 different member states for each project. And we had participants from 26 member states. This proves that the incentives for industrial cooperation deliver regardless of the size of the entities. Estonians have done well. Estonian Defence Industry and the Ministry of Defence have already quite an achievement in the field. Estonia was one of the 7 member states which entity was leading on consortium. Fourthly, the promotion of SMEs and scale-ups. That's a key for the fund. One of the political instructions I have received from my commissioner, Thierry Breton. EDF contains specific provisions in favor of SMEs and mid-cap companies. There are dedicated award criteria and special bonuses when the consortia include SMEs. EDIDP results show that so far we have been very successful on this. Something like 35% of all the entities receiving funding have been SMEs or mid-caps. So this creates a big opportunities for SMEs, but of course it requires activity. It requires activity from the small companies themselves, but also from the bigger industrial players when they are putting together the consortia to keep in mind the benefit of having SMEs from cross-border and keeping the cross-border element on mind. And fifth and finally, this fund is both strategic and competitive program. Strategic means focusing on research and capability priorities that really make a difference. The 2021 work program is ongoing. We are preparing it. We are discussing with the member states, with Kusti and the colleagues. We have identified 7 clusters with the member states covering all military domains, naval, air, ground forces, cyber defense, of course, space, digital information, and transformation, and so forth. So all these areas would enable us together to respond to the needs of the member states while targeting critical capabilities. Competitive means that the program is based on excellence. There is no easy recipe for success as an EDF. It's a competitive program. And what we are doing, we are ensuring a fair process, an open process based on excellence, and to having a level playing field for newcomers and traditional big industrial players. As I said, special emphasis on cross-border project and SMEs to have the whole supply chain involved. And as a last word, just a reminder, like a footnote, asterisk, we are not competing with anybody. We are not competing with European Defence Agency. We are not competing with European External Action Service. We are cooperating, and the same applies with our relations with NATO. Thank you very much, Kusti. Over to you. Sorry, Kusti. Kuldar.
Yes, thank you, Timo. I would like to ask one quick question from you right away. That, if I may look into some, controversy, and from the Commission's perspective, is the European Defence Fund more the tool to support the European defence industry, or is it more the tool to create the European strategic autonomy in the defence capability field?
Thanks a lot, Kuldar. It's a very pertinent question and very timely. But I mean, very, very clearly from our point of view, I mean, these are not mutually exclusive concepts. You know, the European Defence Fund regulation itself includes the concept of strategic autonomy as an objective, technological independence or non-dependence, as you may call it. And of course, this has been a driving force for Europe for a while. It is not only that a certain US administration calls for Europe to take more responsibility or participate in burden sharing. I think that has been the European, let's say, there has been need for that in Europe for a long time. And I think the European Defence Fund is one of the tools addressing this issue. And of course, the technological excellence, competitiveness of European defence industry drives to the same objectives. So I think they can be supportive to each other and not controversial.
Thank you, Timo. And now I would like to give word to Mr. Kustisalm, who has been behind the very idea of the EDIDP and European Defence Fund. So, Kusti, please.
Yes, good morning, everyone. And as Kuldar and as Timo, I also want to thank EDIA for setting up this conference. It's a very rare event this year. Of course, we don't really remind you what the consequences are, but I think it's also a very good sign of Estonian ambition, Estonian defense industry's ambition to be a global player and to be outreaching and to be a part of the negotiations that will lead to more competitive industries. So when it comes to the theme of the panel, then I would like to make 3 messages. And first one is that we are really on a very right track. All the ideas and all the motivation and all the sort of good spirit that was injected into the European Defence Fund, in my view, has materialized. There is a lot of new fresh air that has been blown into the unventilated room. There are many new partnerships that has already been created. Even I have met with very many of my colleagues who I knew, but I never had a meaningful conversation. Now we have real projects, real ideas, real requirements that we try to fulfill in European cooperation. And I know that it's the same for companies all over Europe. A lot of new partnerships are already created that never existed before. And the same applies for supply chains all over Europe. The supply chains in defense industry tend to be very, very rigid. And there are good reasons for this. But Defense Fund has given a motivation, an incentive for bigger companies to look for new ones, look ways to enrich the existing system, and it already, shows movement and shows things that has already changed. Also, there is, a lot of innovation that never existed in defense before, and they have been executed in great vigor. And it also applies for our own Estonian system, where we are actively thinking to the highest level possible, to the chief of defense, to the defense minister, and we are mulling and we are thinking of new ideas how to integrate our own defense planning to the European Defence Fund. And I can assure you that we have a lot of exciting and very ambitious ideas that hopefully will be unveiled very soon. Well, secondly, although we have get this process ongoing very well, and Commission has done a very good job, ramping up their staff in such a short time frame, pushing them to do things that were never done before, and trying to fit this into the Commission framework that is also very rigid, by the way, is an achievement on its own. But we cannot rest on this early success. And I think the most crucial success factor for European Defence Fund in long term is that we focus on real projects. And when I say and when I mean real projects, then I mean projects that will be employed by the member states, that will be used by military forces of member states, that will be prepared by the military planners, operational planners of member states, and real projects where the actual requirements are being taken into account. Because when it comes to European cooperation, then this is clearly the highest hurdle. This is clearly the most difficult obstacle to overcome. And in my opinion, this is the biggest reason why the European cooperation hasn't been taken off previously on the expected level. It also applies for innovation, for example, because you might have the best, most disruptive, innovative idea in the world, but if the militaries of European Union are not ready to accept this or employ this, then basically it becomes useless. Of course, it's hard. We can say from our own experience from the Modular Unmanned Ground Systems program that among 7 member states, it took 12 meetings around Europe that lasted for a couple of days and accounted for more than tens of thousands of working hours to just agree on the common requirement. And if you add another documentation that needed to be fulfilled, then it was hundreds of pages of paperwork that needed to be done. And clearly it wasn't easy. And the same applies for setting up the program offices, agreeing with member states how the programs will be run, how the quality assurance has been done, how we conduct testing, how we construct the pathway for upcoming projects and also employment to the military forces. We are currently setting up the first ever multinational program office for 7 nations in our center. And it's a very rewarding work, but it is also quite challenging. So the third point I also want to make, and also my final point, is the same as Timo focused on, and these are the involvement of small, medium enterprises. On one hand, it's clearly a political message. Clearly, small and medium enterprises are important. They are the lifeline or the bloodline of European industry, not only in defense, but in other industries as well. And it's especially dear to Estonian hearts because our industrial base consists of SMEs. But why it's also important that this is the vehicle for keeping the small member states interested in the defense fund, keeping them committed, and keeping their organizations to work towards new ideas and reaching out for bigger member states and bigger industries, because eventually, as Timo said, there is altogether 10 billion euros put on the table. Then eventually, the question in some cabinet of some Ministry of Defense will be that, what's in there for us? And clearly the answer needs to be that every single member state, although it all needs to happen in competitive environment and all this, but every single member state and every single member state's industry needs to have a meaningful part in this endeavor. Otherwise, it's not a European project. And I think the way it has been constructed now, this is, we have all the tools in place to fulfill this. It is just the diligence and commitment to the process that needs to be followed. And I'm quite sure that we can execute in this matter. Well, I think I will stop here. If anyone has any questions, then I'm ready to engage and open up in more details. Thank you.
Thank you, Kusti. Actually, I have one question. Coming to the Estonian project IMAX, I would say that it's a bit of a miracle that it's a very important topic, but it's led by the small member state and the and we a small enterprise. So what would be your recommendation to the Commission that how we can keep the European Defence Fund as a system which allows such miracles to happen?
I think the project itself is the sort of a manifest that it can happen, that the myth has been broken. The European Defence Fund is not for big ones. It's not for big French industry. It's not a big conspiracy or whatever. And I think we had the same idea in mind when we sort of proposed this idea that in order for Defence Fund to be successful, we need to make sure that small member states can propose ideas. Small member states can, on their own topic, run the agenda. Small member states can also show leadership for the bigger ones and for the bigger industries. We can, and also the bigger areas can also be fulfilled by the leadership that has been indicated by small nations. And I think it's a good manifest that this happened, and I think the same attitude needs to be fulfilled in the upcoming rounds as well. That there is no difference. The merit needs to be the one that decides at the end, and if the government requirement will also come with the idea, then the best idea should win.
Thank you, Kusti. As a next, I would propose a floor to Mr. Gabriele Colombo from Leonardo, and knowing that your company has been very active and successful in the process so far. So please, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Kuldar. Thank you for inviting me to this conference today. And of course, I discovered today that another collateral damages of COVID is the fact that I cannot come to Tallinn that I love. But I think that next year, maybe we have the opportunity to meet each other in person. Thank you for giving me the possibility to bring to the stage the view of the industry. I listened to the previous speakers and I wrote down some words that I think are important to represent the view of the industry. One word is opportunity. I think this project are a real opportunity. This opportunity is an opportunity of experiencing a new relationship. When I speak about relationship, I speak about the standard relationship that we have between industries in the European defense, but it's also a relationship with new reality, especially for what concerns the SME. We really discovered reality with capability, flexibility, ideas, innovation, and sometimes as industry we have no other opportunity to meet these companies. We have sometimes difficulty to find also the time to discover, to use our effort to find solution. So I think European projects are the right stage where we can find new companies, especially in small countries. And of course, you are a great experience. You are one of the most important small country and company, in your case, Gulder, that are demonstrating this in the last years. So European projects are an opportunity, certainly. We are talking about inclusivity. Of course, these projects oblige in a certain way to be inclusive, and this is a positive way to bring ideas that sometimes are behind and cannot be brought in front of the end user because there are other priorities. So this is a good occasion, opportunity for this relationship and innovation. But I have to say there are also risks. There are risks for different reasons. One reason is the management complexity. Of course, if we look at the way we are implementing this project, we can see that the rules also for having the award of the projects determine the presence of many companies, many countries. And everybody working in the industry knows that if you increase the number of participants, the complexity increase. So I think we have a big challenge in front of us. So we have to make all these companies and the countries working together in a way that is a smooth way, because the success of this project for the industry is not the moment where the call is awarded. Of course, it's important, but we have to measure the success of the project after the implementation. Because, of course, we are using money of our countries, our people. So we have to be very keen to bring, to use this money for projects that at the end represent a success at the end of the implementation. So it's also important to have in front of us EDF, for instance, where we need to bring this idea to a concrete solution. And concrete solution for what concerns the industries means having, in a certain way, common requirements. A common requirement that is one of the most difficult challenges we have in front of us. Common requirement between armed forces. Common requirements is something that we are always looking for in the last years in the industries, because it's no more possible to be conservative in respect to the requirement of its own our armed forces. In this case, we need common requirements in order to share supply chain, to share idea, to make real volume, because at the end of the story, we can measure the success just when we will see a project that starting from an idea, going from research, become development, become at the end a concrete shared project. So we need to avoid the risk of going to the valley of death that sometimes happen for some defense project. So we have to be very careful in the way we use the money we get from for this project, and we have to really try to involve the excellence of every country to reach a synthesis. So the important thing is to be very ambitious in this, but very concrete in order to have something that is really the first step for having a common industry and common projects.
Thank you, Gabriele. Just one quick question to you as well. So, knowing that Leonardo has been very active in EDIDP 2019 and 2020 calls and preparing the EDF for 2021, then any tips and tricks to derive from that experience, and how do you find your partners, and well, how could maybe Estonian companies collaborate with you?
Yes, actually, we have been very active as Leonardo. Leonardo, of course, is active in many sectors. We are working for airborne systems, armaments, etc. So we participate to many of the calls. We have been awarded 6 out of 9, and 2 out of 6 we were also coordinator. Certainly, with many calls, you experience the fact that you have to be partners sometimes with some companies, and in the other occasion you are competitors. So there is, of course, the need to find the appropriate way to manage. Well, tips and tricks. Actually, we have some lesson learned, because after participating, something derives immediately from the rules of having awarded this call. Involving many countries, involving SME is absolutely important from a technical point of view in terms of awarding. But we discovered that involving SME means also having capability to be very fast, reactive during the proposal phase. So we need SME. We need SME because SME look at this perspective in a very positive way. So my suggestion is for big industry to look for the best SME in Europe and using them in the best positive way to determine the timing. Because for the SME, these projects are vital, are very, very important. And so our experience with Estonian is particularly positive in some way. In other way, it is not, because last year, actually, we lost one of the call because a company, your company actually as a coordinator won, but this next time we will be together and I think we'll be successful.
Thank you, Gabriele. Like you said, that sometimes cooperation partners, sometimes competitors, such is the market. Now, next speaker is Mr. Alex Kors, and if somebody is asking the example of European active and innovative SME, then Microflow Avisa is one of the first which comes to my mind. So, Alex, would you please give your view on the EDIDP and EDF from exactly innovative SME perspective?
Yes, I will try to do so. Morning to everybody in the audience. We're based in the Netherlands. We're an SME. We have indeed, I would say, a crystal clear proposition. I have it here. This type of sensor does acoustics. It measures all kinds of sounds. And we use it for battlefield acoustics, for counter-battery target acquisition, that's one part, and also for vehicle survivability. So we have a clear proposition. I think I'm experienced in Europe. I did many projects myself. I was leading consortia in the first decade of this century. However, I still realize how difficult it is for an SME to get on board of a larger consortium. It's not easy. And even in the call to be closed right now, I think there are probably 12 or a dozen topics, something like this. And I think we have propositions for many of them. And somehow I was struggling, and I'm grateful to be on board in two of them. One is indeed with Leonardo, that's very good. But again, it's difficult. And in essence, one of my recommendations to the audience is, if you are really ambitious and you would like to enter this arena, make sure you make friends and you make them quite early on. It takes time to build your network. Of course, you may wait until they call you. It's not going to happen. You need to be very proactive. And I think that one of the challenges that we face in the entire industry is on how to broker the right companies to each other, how to make them match. And I think it's still, to a large extent, a kind of informal network. It's not like you buy a real estate nowadays on a website. It's building your network, so that's very important. That's one recommendation for everybody who tries to enter this arena. I think it was already mentioned, at least for the first time, there's a lot of paperwork. And I did it all myself, so I'm also the legal expert and whatever in this company. There's paperwork involved. And my last remark on new entrants would be, please realize this is all very long lead time. It's not going to happen next year. If you have a good idea and if you stay on board of this value chain, you may generate your business at some point in time, probably after 5 or 10 years. So the time horizon is quite long, and you need to make for yourself a very firm decision if you would like to invest your capable engineers, most likely, into this market. And if you do it with full commitment, but be aware of the fact that the lead times are long, for sure. The other thing that I observe, and that's call it positive criticism also to the larger players in the EU. Of course, it's very good, let's say, that in these schemes, SMEs are favored and nurtured, so to speak, and this is even a special SME call, which is very good. So when you're small and agile and you have some friends abroad, you can make your own proposal. That's one part. And I think Milrem is a nice example of an SME indeed leading a fully fledged consortium, which is very good. However, if you're on board of, let's say, another type of consortium led by the larger parties, And again, I think we have a proposition. You need to fight for your budget, and to be honest, that's always the case in Europe. And I would still argue, let's say, that despite the fact that there are bonuses for getting SMEs on board, frankly, I still believe that in Europe the 80-20 rule still applies. So there's big fish and there's small fish, and somehow I think the rules might be changed a little bit to the favor of SMEs. Everybody who has a good idea needs money to invest and to achieve critical mass as soon as they can. And I'm not sure if that's really depicted in the current framework as we have it right now. So that's more or less my advice to SMEs and also a little bit to Europe and the larger parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Based on your experience, knowing that you are in 2 consortia now in 2020 call, then what is in today's rules in the EDIDP and EDF which supports actually the involvement of the SMEs?
As an SME, you may bring your country, which is important. Ultimately, I think in 2 stages in Brussels, if I understand it correctly. Countries, they negotiate to some extent on the topics to be called for. That's one time they're involved. And my understanding is, let's say, the minute the experts have selected the proper proposals, the best proposals, so to speak, the countries more or less in consensus, they agree on things. And for sure, there will be things like geographical spread of budgets, and if the national champions are on board, these type of things. But that's why you need a country for. And in the Netherlands, we had our discussion, if the EU indeed grants for certain topics 90% funding, the discussion we had in the Netherlands was, is the Dutch MOD going to spend the 10 remaining % on these type of things? And I said, I don't need the money, that 10%. If I'm on board, 90%, I'm humble for it, I'm grateful for it, that's good enough. So that's for the SME, how you bring your nation on board. And of course, for the consortium as a whole, there's a bonus if you're an SME. So the consortium as a whole benefits. But again, my advice is also as an SME, you should try to benefit. And I use, in a proper way, the 2 consortia we boarded as a springboard, so to speak, probably for next year. I would like to expand my relations. I also have my own ideas. Maybe I also would like to be a kind of milrem in the next type of call, leading something like that. But it's I'm grateful to have made the first step in the 2 market segments that we are really targeting. So in essence, I'm happy, but again, it's a struggle. It takes a lot of time. Yeah.
Thank you. I now have a question to Timo and Kusti, and that's related to the certain controversy that from one hand, we would like to see that the European Defence Fund helps to implement new disruptive technologies, which are really innovative. From another hand, we want certainly that those solutions be practical, that if we finish the project, then the European Defence Forces in different countries can actually start to use these technologies. And third thing is that we still realize that from the idea to the actual result, it takes quite a long time. So how do we overcome these, so to say, controversies, and how do we get the results what we actually expect? So Timo, maybe you can start.
Thank you. First of all, very good discussion, very good comments. On everybody. I think there is the issue is very much about the. If you talk about disruptive technologies, that's something new. What we have not funded before in Europe. Americans are doing it with big numbers. So in the disruptive technology, there is the potential that the project will never materialize as an end product. That's let's say the nature of the element of the disruptive technology and the project. But there is a worth of trying, and some of them will hit it. But of course, the big bulk of the funding goes, let's say, to exactly as also Gabriel said, that there needs to be a concrete product at the end of the project, that we are We are not counting projects or companies or countries or SMEs as a bureaucrat saying that now we have done it because, we have 26 countries, we have X number of companies and almost half SMEs. So I have done my job. I can move somewhere else. No. I want to see the product. We need to see the product at the end of the chain. But there is the disruptive technologies. This is exactly the kind of a new element. But Kusti, who was the origin of the process, maybe you can clarify this thinking.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't really see it as a controversy. I think it's a normal functioning of market where supply and demand needs to meet. And clearly, if every idea that every company in the world has would be bought by the customer immediately, then it would be an amazing market. But clearly, it isn't. There is also demand side that has its ability to receive innovation, if there is a controversy, then I think that when we speak about EDF, especially in the early years, then of course I'm speaking from the government point of view, then we need to put more focus on delivering capability. I think that actually works, that thing that is actually employed, because eventually, and it was also stressed before by a gentleman from Leonardo, the success of EDF will be defined not by the money that has been spent, not by the SMEs that has been included, but eventually it will be defined at the front page, okay, not maybe front page, but let's say on the second or third page of Financial Times that needs to say that, European Union invested 8 billion and we got new aircraft, new submarine, new unmanned ground vehicle and new radar and whatever. And they are being used, and this is something that gets European defense forces to another level and also brings more opportunities for defense industry. Because this is the eventual success. Not only success in terms of defense sphere, but also in success in terms of sort of European Union parity and equality. That because the same parameters apply in every single other area. If we speak about agriculture, then the money usually goes directly to the farmers. And clearly it has a direct impact. We can of course argue how much does it eventually support competitiveness of Europe, but it brings an immediate impact. And I think the same parameter also applies in defense, and we should not forget it. And that's why I put so much emphasis in my notes for the requirement and bringing real projects, because this is the eventual benchmark. And also another thing I want to mention that sort of echoed back from the panel, and also in the other conversations that we had. It shouldn't be easy. If the European competitiveness situation would be easy, then we would need these type of conferences. Then we wouldn't need the EDF or the new regulations or paperwork or EDAs or nothing. Then everything would be great, but apparently it isn't. Apparently the cooperation is super difficult, and it needs to be broadened, it needs to be incentivized, it needs to be pushed. And I don't think that it is something different in defense area. It's the same in every sphere of work. No success will come easy. It's a let's say easy fact of life.
Thank you, Kusti and Timo. Continuing a bit with same topic, but turning it around into the direction of industry, I have the next question to Gabriele and Alex. And well, as we know, in the EDIDP and in EDF, there is funding for the development of the products and the capabilities. But from another hand as well, the participating member states sign with certain letter of intent that there is a plan to actually deploy these systems and actually start them to use. So in your mind, is the European Defence Fund more the tool for the R&D, or is it more the, so to say, marketing opportunity? Gabriele, please.
I have to say that if it is just R&D, we have lost. Because if we think that the industry can be financing from this project, this is a problem. Of course, we are not just looking at market opportunity itself, but we look at the common requirement. So we need to find a solution to create a basis for a sort of European defense. It's not European defense industry, it's European defense. So, of course, it's not easy to put together requirements. There are many reasons why there are different requirements, but we need to create a market, not for the market itself, but because this common market means having found before common requirements, common capability, common desire, and a simplification on the future logistics support for future involvement of supply chain in different countries, etc. So I think we have to look at research, just because not all the research becomes product. Research, we need 10 research, one success, one market at the end for one product, two products, but at the end we look for common requirement, common markets.
Thank you. Alex, what is your view on that matter?
I think to us, let's say, as an SME, I think it's both. It's R&D and it's also marketing. And one of the things that it doesn't strike me, but what I hear is indeed the word pops up, requirements, all the time. And I wouldn't say that it's not old school, because this is the way things happen in the military. But as a personal, as a human being, let's say you don't specify your next generation of smartphone, it happens to you. So there are surprises. And I think also in the defense industry, there will be surprises. There will be new ideas from smart people somewhere in Europe. And if you are unlucky enough to have an idea on a yellow quiet submarine, but you're based in Hungary, you don't get the support from your national MOD because there's no Navy there. So one of my issues would be, let's say, that I think ideas, they should be, let's say, condensed in Brussels, centralized probably, and I'm in favor of Brussels in that sense. And we should probably skip the appraisal of the national MODs, to be very honest. Because requirements, of course, there needs to be a requirement in a certain country. It needs to be there in a certain time frame. And if you're unlucky enough, let's say, to have a mismatch, you have a problem in your national country for sure. I see that happening with ourselves, but also in other countries. So I think ideas, they should be brought to Brussels directly. They should be sieved somehow. They should be appraised, of course. And it's not about requirements being something which is specifically defined, but it's more about needs or potential needs, so to speak. I think that's probably one of the things that in this path of growth and things are changing in Europe within the MODs, but I think we're probably halfway. Things need to be changed, I guess, for the better, for sure. Yeah.
Thank you. I still have little time for very short question and short answers to, or short question to everybody. Well, as we know, the European Defence Fund is about the European member states' requirements. And the industrial scene who can participate is mainly European companies. So has that arisen with questions in the level of our NATO allies or on the company side as well with our partners outside the Europe, that why are you doing that and how it all fits into the more international NATO umbrella collaboration? So Timo, maybe you can start.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I mean, the 21 EU member states are also NATO members. So, I mean, there is, by definition, already a great compatibility in this sense. And secondly, of course, whatever is the end product is also at the disposal of the allies, those countries who are NATO members. Of course, there has been discussion about third country participation, which is also decided in the European Defence Fund regulation, which allows, with certain security-related conditions, for entities in Europe from third countries to participate. And the first EDIDP call proved that it's not protectionist. There are entities from US, Japan that are participating. So it's not a closed procedure in this respect.
Thank you. Kusti?
Well, at its core, it's a very political issue, of course, that is nothing unique for EDF. It's the same everywhere. Well, I personally, and also Estonian government as a whole, is very supportive for, of course, NATO involvement and all this. But if we leave aside the political and sort of defense question of EU-NATO cooperation, then I think why we should be more liberal in including the non-EU members and especially NATO members to the EDF is just a pure question of competition. And eventually competition is good. Competition is something that keeps you sharp, validates your ideas, and also eventually this is a pathway for doing more exports. Because this is where the growth comes for European industries as well. I heard from Norway a couple of days ago that they will be part of EDF now, which is very good news, like very, very good news. And I hope that the more time will evolve, the more sort of inclusive we can be for other nations as well.
Thank you. Over to Gabriella. What do you think? Have you been asked by your partners outside of Europe, what are you doing there?
Yeah, a little bit we are being asked, but I think they are quite well informed. We have to look at time frame. So if we look at time frame of 10 years, today we have to imagine, this is just a political issue, we have to imagine that we have to be, of course, absolutely aligned with the NATO perspective, but on the other side, as somebody said, we need to look at the competitiveness. So we cannot exclude who is outside because we need to be competitive in the world with the consortium that we create, that at the end could have also a market outside Europe. So we cannot exclude, but on the other side, we have to keep always an eye to the NATO and to the what I call the requirement, but it was actually the terms correct was needs. So looking at the NATO, but we have to include all the countries that can participate in an industrial positive way.
Thank you. Alex, what is your comment?
On NATO, the good news is that, let's say, that Canada is our launching customer for counter-battery target acquisition, so that's already across the Atlantic. The other observation that I would make is, let's say, that trying to enter the United States as a big market, of course, I think for a European company it's extremely difficult. I wouldn't say that the Americans have the nose up high, that's not the point, but of course they try to protect their own industry, and they do so quite well, I would say. So if we in Europe invite American entities to participate, and I'm in favor of that, I think it should be working also the other way. And I'm not sure if Europe already imposes upon the United States that kind of requirements, to be honest. If it really enforces that type of thing, I'm not sure.
Thank you. And to summarize what we discussed here today, I'm very glad to hear that on very different levels, we are happy with how the EDF or EDIDP has moved or started with. So to hear that SMEs can see that it's a vessel and it's a tool how to create the networks and how to insert the technologies into the products. The large cap company like Leonardo can see that it's supporting their product development and access to the markets and consolidating the requirements. from the member state perspective as well. It's a practical tool which can create better defense for the country, and from the Commission side, it's clear that the policy has been implemented successfully so far and basically meeting the expectations. So I think it's absolutely good to hear from these kind of very different sources that, because the ambition for that program, EDF, is not a small and not a light and little thing to do. It's very complex. So obviously we need to as well wait for the actual results where the technologies of the first call in 2019 are ready for the deployment, or we can see the intermediate results to see how that collaboration in reality will work, how efficiently it works, and how it provides the real capability to the European countries in terms of the defense. Because I still come back to the idea that we should keep up the pace with our allies, and we certainly should keep our eye on our potential adversaries in terms of the technology development and, most importantly, the implementation of that technology. So for me, it has been a really interesting 1 hour to have a discussion with all of you and to get your ideas, and I hope that the same is the emotion from our audience today as well. So I would like to once again thank all the panelists once again, and also thank you to the audience. So it has been great 1 hour. Thanks.
Anyone can change the world. Estonians have always been striving for innovation in technology and our way of life. Our digital infrastructure and our citizens' readiness to use new technology is your chance to test new products and services more effectively and receive faster feedback. Innovation and change is the end result of all true learning and education. Think of Estonia's smart business ecosystem as a test bed for your next innovation. Anyone can change the world. Estonians have always been striving for innovation in technology and our way of life. Our digital infrastructure and our citizens' readiness to use new technology is your chance to test new products and services more effectively and receive faster feedback. Innovation and change is the end result of all true learning and education. Think of Estonia's smart business ecosystem as a test bed for your next innovation.
Dear guests and dear panelists, welcome to the panel 2. Our topic is how to build sustainable business in post-COVID world. This is the worry what concerns most of us. There have been many studies about COVID periods, the lessons, how it influenced our businesses, but less studies how the situation is influencing defense industry. But we have ongoing operations in different conflict areas, troops on the ground. We have to support our troops 24/7. So, and as defense industry, as global business, we are all related here through our supply chains, to our marketing and sales channels. We're taking the more closer view how this is influencing our today's business, but our main focus is how to get over from this and what can be our approach, strategies, lessons after this COVID period, how to overcome this situation. So, and now I'd like to give a word for introduction to His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Mishal Al Saud.
Just listen only.
Dear Prince, are you ready?
Just I let you just listen only بس. Okay, one minute.
So our good partners from Saudi Arabia, they have fifth biggest defense industry budget in the world. It's about $60 billion annually. And we are in deep cooperation in technology-wise. European Union itself, is the second biggest supplier to Saudi Arabia. So, and considering how ambitious, we have many different cooperations projects ongoing. Operation area as Middle East to us is well known, but now we are also more in business related in this region. I think His Highness Prince Abdulaziz is soon together with us and can open with some good, kind words. So far, I will introduce our panelists. Mr. Mansour Al-Harabi, Senior Vice President, Defense and Aerospace, Advanced Electronics Company from United Kingdom. Mr. Markus Rosenqvist from Sweden. Markus is Vice President, Sales and Marketing, Eckensor, our close neighbor over the sea here. And from Ukraine, Mr. Oleg Yakovenko, the Director of Strategy and Development in Ukobranprom. So Ukobranprom have big challenges at the moment, reforming the defense industry, at the same time ongoing conflict plus COVID, so extremely challenging task. And we will soon go to the all three panelists. And now, Your Royal Highness, do you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I'd like to give word you to Royal Highness now to make a short introduction to our panel.
Good afternoon, everybody. And I'm Prince Abdulaziz, okay, a new partner with our friend and Prince Michal. This is my first time to be online with you, and I would like to welcome everybody, and I will give the speech to Prince to complete exactly what we'd like to negotiate this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to give the word to our partner in Saudi Arabia, His Highness Prince Michal bin Fahad Al Faisal Al Saud. Prince Michal, are you with us?
Yes, thank you, Stan. Thank you, Stan. Thank you, Prince Abdulaziz. And good afternoon, everybody. I will speak in my mother language, in Arabic, my letter. لقد استحوذ مرض كورونا المتجدد أو المستجد 2019 على اهتمام العالم، وتسبب في الكثير من القلق والاضطراب، حيث أن أثرها انسحب على كل القطاعات في جميع أرجاء المعمورة، ومعظم الأعمال قد تعرضت لصفحات قوية من الكساد، وبما في ذلك صناعات الدفاع على مستوى العالم. وصناعة الدفاع هي نشاط عالمي والجميع مرتبط به، حتى ولو كنا ننتمي لمناطق وأقاليم مختلفة.
So partnering with Stan Raymond and his defense industry companies in Europe on current COVID disease is a concern that affects every sector today in the world. Most of the businesses are under hit, including the global defense industry. Defense industry is a global business, and it is all interrelated and interconnected, even though the sectors are located in different regions.
وتعتبر المملكة العربية السعودية من أكبر الدول في العالم إنفاقا على الدفاع، حيث أنها تنفق 60 بليون دولار أمريكي، وهو ما يعادل نسبة 8% من الناتج القومي الإجمالي في العام 2019. شركائنا الأساسيين في قطاع الدفاع هم الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وأوروبا، وبعد الولايات المتحدة تعتبر الدول الأعضاء في الاتحاد الأوروبي هم الموردين الأساسيون على وجه الخصوص. وعلى وجه الخصوص المملكة المتحدة وفرنسا، وقد ساهم مصدر الأسلحة الأوروبية في تحديث القوات الجوية والبرية والبحرية السعودية العربية.
The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has one of the biggest defense spending in the world, with well over 60 billion of USD annually, which is approximately amounts to 8% of our kingdom GDP as of 2019. Our key partners in the defense sector are US and Europe. After the United States, EU member states are the main suppliers, with the UK and France in particularly. European arms exports have been contributing greatly to the modernization of Saudi Arabia's air, land, and naval forces.
وبسبب انتشار فيروس كورونا المستجد، لقد تأثرت علاقاتنا بشركاتنا مع الدول الأوروبية والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية من ناحية تسليم المعدات وسلسلة التوريد والإنتاج وغيرها من النواحي الأخرى.
As a consequence of the COVID situation, our connections with our European and US partners are affected and challenged with the delivery of the equipments, supply chains, and productions.
في العديد من الدول فإن الحكومات بصورة أو بأخرى تدعم قطاع صناعة الدفاع وتختلف إجراءات وسياسات الدول من دولة إلى دولة أخرى. وفي نفس الوقت نجد أن العمليات العسكرية مستمرة وتبرز إلى حيز الوجود تهديدات جديدة للدول والشعوب، والقوات تحتاج إلى تزويد المنتجات وخدمات صناعات الدفاع، ومعظم التحديات تنعكس على القطاع بنفس الطريقة، بالرغم من أنه قد نعمل في أجزاء مختلفة من العالم.
In many countries, governments are more or less supportive to the sector. Support measures and policies are different, though. At the same time, military operations are ongoing, and new threats to the country and to the people are rising, and troops need to be supplied uninterruptedly with the industry products and services. Most of the challenges are reflecting to the sector in a similar way, even though we might operate in different parts of the world, as said before.
من الأفضل أن نتبادل الخبرات ونتطلع إلى المستقبل سويا، وسوف نتخطى هذه الفترة العصيبة. في كثير من الأحيان المصاعب توحد الناس، وكذلك المؤسسات الأمنية وفرص العمل للوصول إلى استراتيجيات ذكية، وسوف نكون أقوى إن شاء الله من ذي قبل.
This calls for a better exchange of the experiences and looking for the future together. We will overcome this difficult period regardless, but often difficulties can unite people and also our security concerns and business opportunities, making smart conclusions, and we will be stronger than before. We need to look further post-COVID period of 21 and 22 and way beyond that timing.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Prince Michel. Thank you very much, Your Highness. Thank you for the kind word, and I'm sure that together here we are stronger. And as you mentioned, if the supply chains are interrupted, then we have to communicate better. Even we cannot travel, but we can meet each other through the different communications. Thank you. And we will continue with our panel now. And I'd like to give the word to Mr. Mansour Al-Harabi. Mr. Mansour is our good partner in Riyadh and running the defense and aerospace sector in AIC, and at the same time also currently chairman of Advanced Arabian Simulation Company. Mr. Mansour, can you give your view from different geography?
Thank you, Sten. Good morning, everybody, again. First, I would like to say that I would like to thank the Estonian Defence Industry Association for the invitation. I'm very glad and very deeply honored to join you today. Can you see the slides?
Yes, we will see this immediately.
As per the subject of this panel, my presentation will cover the major factor that helps in sustaining a business in general, with a little bit focus on defense. Next, can you please put the next slide? With the pandemic's outbreak, almost all industries has been impacted to a different degree, of course. The impact on the defense sector from what we have seen is, I would say, less severe. This is mainly because of many points. One, the nature of the defense programs are usually long-term and resilient by nature. The defense program are, as you know, of strategic importance and have an impact on national security. So all governments are expected to continue with their defense program and also expected to continue in defense spending. Keeping in mind always that is there will always be a pressure for rationalization of spending, efficiency, and cost reduction. Having said that, that doesn't mean the defense sector is immune from impact, and that's why I think companies should always continue monitoring their impact, continue looking at their risk profile to sustain the business. Next, please. So these are, in my opinion, the major 6 factors that help in sustaining business, and something related to the defense and more something related to our part of the world, as we will see. So the factors that I'm going to talk about today include the technology, strategy, financial, people, supply chain, and localization. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yes, technology, 3 aspects I would like to discuss. One is very obvious, and I think everybody realizes this now, that is companies need to have a very robust infrastructure and tools to support their operation and collaboration, remote working for their employees first, but also for customers, partners, and suppliers. So this is very important to have a very robust and strong platform, utilizing all the tools that the company need for collaboration, whether internally or externally. Of course, the cybersecurity is very important, so you have to have a very strong security system to protect your infrastructure and company. The second aspect is related more to the operation of the company, especially for manufacturing and MRO. I believe that modernization, the manufacturing process, through automation, smart manufacturing, in using new technology such as artificial intelligence, 3D printing, and so on, will help to contribute to reduce the cost and efficiency, which is a major factor, has been always a major factor to reduce costs, but now specifically with the pressure on the budgets and the priorities, I think it's more important now. The last part, and maybe the most important for me, is companies really need to invest in their development of their product and solutions. And this is how you create your own IP, where you can reduce the reliance and dependence on foreign suppliers, which also will help in reducing the impact for supply chain. Of course, there is no, in our industry and in many other industries, there is no total independency, but at least in my opinion, owning the IP give you more flexibility to find always new suppliers, new ways, so not to interrupt your supply chain. The second factor is supply chain, and I think perhaps this is the biggest impact we have seen for this year since the beginning of the pandemic. As you know, defense programs are very complex, usually involve large number of suppliers, different tiers of suppliers for systems, subsystems, components, and also services. So it goes without saying that it is extremely important to manage your supply chain. I would like to highlight two dimensions here. One is, I think, is strategic and to some extent long term, which is basically to, as a company or defense company, as a leader in the market, you have to always support and contribute to developing the local supply chain. Again, for the same reasons we talked about, to really they can support you during crisis, and also you can start always with the critical components and expand it in stages. The other one is your normal supply chain. You need to strengthen your alliance with your current network, try to expand it, develop plans, contingency planning, periodic plans with your suppliers so they can support you during crisis. And we have many examples that we have seen this year where doing such thing actually help us go over many steps. As you may know, part of what we do is we manufacture defense electronics. So having that kind of relationship actually help us a lot in managing our schedules and maintaining our manufacturing continuity. And this is proven to be very, very effective. Can we get next slide, Spear? Localization and building indigenous capability. This is, as you may know, this is very important subject in I think in the region and in Saudi Arabia, and it is a very important subject for me personally. I don't know how much you know about AEC, but since the beginning of AEC in 1988, our main focus was basically building a local capability and through technology transfers and other means to have an existing capability so we can support our defense. So just to give you a little background, as you know, Saudi Arabia is going through a major transformation in all aspects of life. This is driven by the Kingdom Vision 2030, led by the custodian of the two holy mosques and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and Minister of Defense Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Specifically for defense, the Saudi vision calls for localization of 50% of the military procurement by 2030. This presents a huge opportunity for the Saudi defense industry. Of course, it will be with a challenge. It's a very aggressive goal, but we all believe in that it is achievable and can be done. So, as I said, I am a big believer of building an indigenous capability specifically for defense, because, as I said before, it's very strategic and involves national security, and this, in my opinion, can be done through two ways. One is the investment in R&D and development for products and solutions and services. The second one is through the normal technology transfer in collaboration with the international OEMs. In this aspect, I believe the government support is fundamental through one, allocating funds for R&D and development, and also mandating the technology transfer and localization in the defense acquisitions. And as you may know, again, this is part of the Saudi vision. It's one of the pillars of the Saudi vision, and Saudi government has already taken steps to achieve that. The next factor is people. It goes without saying that people are the most valuable assets in any organization. The first one is you have to make sure that you protect your people, and this is through having very clear policies and procedure, very good communication and management oversight to make sure your staff are protected and can perform the work. The second way is adapting to the future or the new way of working, which I believe this pandemic helps actually accelerating. It's existed before, but now I think I can see it accelerating. As you may know, that there are many jobs today that can be done remotely, which gives the organization an option to hire for work packages versus full-time employment. And this allows also you to have the best in market, the best in industry for specific function or subject. And I think this model can be proven to be an efficient and cost-effective with the proper, of course, HR and legal arrangement. As you know, defense industry is highly regulated through export control regulations, ITAR regulation, and security classification. So it is very important that the companies take care of this into consideration when considering short-term or remote employment. Next, please. Financials, as you know, cash is what keeps company running. So close management of cash and working capital is fundamental for sustaining the business. And this is from my experience. I mean, I think AEC, we have done extremely well in this area, and it helped us a lot to maintain our business. Parallel to that, as I mentioned before, you always have to look at ways to reduce cost and to remain competitive. The last and not least is strategy. I think is one of the panelists is in strategy. So In my opinion, strategic planning has always been important, but has a specific importance now and days to come. And the key thing, in my opinion, is agility. That is being able to respond to your customers and market requirement quickly and efficiently. I know it's for defense, it's typically not easy because of the size of the defense programs and the complexity, but I think it's very important to be able to maybe alter your operation model or your even business model, finding always a new business lines to be in line with the customer demands and requirement. And to do that is you really need a very strong strategy analyst and management team. Because strategy is not always putting some headlights. It's usually backed by a lot of data analysis and forecasting and scenario buildings and so on. So this is very critical in my opinion in the next phase. Next. So in conclusion, I just would like to emphasize the following. I mean, defense industry has an inherent resilience. However, it's not immune to impact. Managing working capital and cash is crucial to sustain the business. Agility and fast response to customer requirement. Building indigenous capability through innovation and also localization is a key success factor. Continuous monitoring and management of risk and contingency planning is very important. And of course, finally, management and expansion of your supply chain. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you, and back to you, Estelle.
Thank you, Mansour. Thank you very much. So unfortunately, we see that regardless the geographical position, the problems are very similar. Now, yes. Markus, you have been in Eckensor now last 13 years. So what we can call here a medium-sized company. I know you are doing well in your very specific sector and have quite wide client base all around the world, and especially regarding NATO member countries, EU countries, and now also much wider. Can you please open your view, how you see these lessons from COVID and how to move forward after this period?
Well, thank you very much, Sten, for letting Eckensor participate in this very important conference. And of course, I also want to thank the Defence Association industry in Estonia. You're right, Eckensor is as an SME. We are a company based in Sweden and the UK. We're about 50 people, which means that in a situation like this with the COVID-19 pandemic, we need to be flexible and agile. And I would like to share a few thoughts about how COVID-19 has affected us as a company and how we have come through this period over the last 6 to 8 months, and also some of my thoughts about the future. So I know that there has been a lot of obviously negative impacts due to COVID-19, and of course it has caused a lot of anxiety and in mobility and problems in the society. But I would like to focus on the positive impact that actually COVID-19 has had on the way we work and how we can change to mitigate these kind of crises. So if I look at our side, when the pandemic hit and we had to rechange and change our way of working, we actually noticed that we got things done that would never have happened before. An example, for example, I mean, we're a small company, so we don't have full functions for all different things we want to do in a company. But one thing we managed to do in a very short time now is to release our new homepage. And even though that's maybe not something related to our products in itself, it's really a way to refocus our resources when we're not able to travel and put more energy into to be more visible on the internet, which of course is one of the things that we need to focus on for the future. Another very specific thing that happened was obviously we had a situation with a customer who wanted us to come and showcase our solutions live which, as you know, is obviously difficult. And we had to make a very quick decision in less than 1 week to see how we could show our products one way or another live for this specific customer. And in a week, we managed to produce a complete video in where we were able to introduce our product and show it live. And we've also been able to demonstrate our products in live scenarios using obviously all the different tools available in the market. So that is typically how we've had to adapt quickly to adapt to the current situation. So I think that's a little bit an example on how we've had to find new ways. If we look at the business impact for us this year, I would say, and I think I share this with other companies and SMEs in the sector, that is that we have been able to keep our business quite stable, actually. We are forecasting to have a stable revenue and order intake this year, which is good, and we've managed to do that. Of course, there has been some slight delays on decisions related to the fact that people can't meet. Some decisions are delayed as you know, meetings are postponed, etc., etc. But we think that is going to recover in not too far future. If we look at some other things that we've managed to clear is that, of course, during COVID-19, we've had to adapt also how we work and how we produce things. We are having quite a small production site, but it's very efficient. And during COVID-19, we've adapted ourselves by including shifts. We have been able to get in co-contractors to help us to support our production, and in the end we managed to deliver on time and according to customers' expectations, which I think is a very good result out of our small organization. I would say the negative impact we see, of course, like everybody else during the pandemic, is that all new opportunities that we have forecasted for new markets have been standing a little bit still. We have not been able to meet customers face to face. And yes, some of the meetings can take place through internet and through these kind of meetings, but I would say that the problem is that some of the things that you can only say face to face, that will never be said. So yes, we've seen a limited reach out on new opportunities. So I mean, the message is really we miss to face our customers in real life. If I just should say a few words about how we foresee the future, and I'm now talking, I would say, 22 and onwards. I think definitely that traveling will be reduced in the future. It's a little bit in line with what has happened. Of course, now we haven't been able to travel. I think once the pandemic goes back or disappears, whether it will disappear completely, we don't know, but I think there will be a boom effect immediately after, with people that need to go out and meet customers, and also in the private sector, of course, people want to go out and travel and meet other people. But once that's over, I think the traveling activities is going to be reduced somewhat, and we need to find ways to mitigate that and use new tools to meet and face our customers. So to some extent, travel expenses is probably going to be reduced a little bit in the future, but on the other side, I think our marketing activities needs to go up. The other sector, which was also touched here in the speech before, is the localization, and I think and I see the tendency that during a pandemic like this, within specifically the defense and security sector, there will be more focus on the home markets. That means that I suspect that governments will look into their close industry and see how can the close industry meet the needs. And that has, of course, to do with securing that they have a stable supply chain. And the other part is, of course, also the financing and the fact that you want to maybe put your own companies in your home country in favor of other companies due to the economy and the factor of that. So I think we will see some tendency in that direction. So just to finalize, how do I see the defense sector to develop over the next few years? I agree with the previous speaker that the defense and security is such an important role in the society that even though the COVID-19 has hit hard on financials, etc., I don't think that the spending will be reduced. I think maybe it will even increase. Yes, there could be a local or drop in the short term, but on the longer term, I don't think we are going to be suffering from this. So we're looking really positive towards the future. And I would say one thing that we have learned as an SME is that we are a flexible and agile company by nature. It's in our DNA. And I would say that the COVID-19 has actually just proven that the way we work is just right on. So we're just going stronger out of this pandemic and looking forward to a brighter future together.
Thank you, Markus. Thank you. This is quite encouraging that our sector have to be remained in high level, and we have to support our customer regardless the disease or any other catastrophe what might come next. And I'm coming to you back with some questions later. But now I would like to introduce our third panelist, Oleg Yakovenko, Director of Strategy and Development at Ukkoboronprom. And before Ukkoboronprom joining, worked at numerous international companies of corporate sector. He also worked in the Ministry of Economics Development and Trade of Ukraine during 2015 to 2016 and was involved in corporate governance reform, export strategy and industrial policies. So Oleg, as I mentioned before, your situation is quite different. Your value chain is geographically different from Estonia, Sweden, Saudi Arabia, but also I know you are in big reforms in Ukkoboronprom, where is more than 100 subsidiaries of companies. You have conflict war ongoing Eastern Ukraine. You have COVID, financial difficulties. How you can overcome all of this, or what is your plan to coming out from this difficult situation?
Yes, thank you, Stan. We are going strong, and we will survive, and we will become stronger. That's for sure. First, I would like to begin with the words of gratitude for the kind invitation to join this event. And indeed, we are facing right now a combined challenge on all these three, I would say, strategic challenges that we have, which is ongoing COVID situation. We have the ongoing military conflict with Russia in the east of our country. And of course, we embarked on the quite ambitious transformation plans for our defense sector, and specifically for our state concern. Now, let me just briefly explain who we are. And first of all, that we are the largest in Ukraine state-run association of defense industry enterprises. So we have in total 137 enterprises. Unfortunately, 21 are located at the temporary occupied territories. So we are talking 116 enterprises right now under our control. And our enterprises are involved in product development, production and maintenance within the 5 defense industrial sectors in aviation, in armored, in maritime systems, in radar and electronic warfare systems, missiles and ammunition. So now Ukkoboronprom as well has in its structure 7 exporting companies, which are authorized by the government to support foreign trade operations with defense and special purpose products for the participant companies, as well as for other state and private defense products manufacturers in the country. Now we have 68,000 highly skilled and qualified and experienced employees, specialists in our company. And in last year, we have reached a turnover of approximately $1.4 billion US. For the 9 months of this year, we are running quite strong. I have to say that we have reached a $0.9 billion turnover, which is a 9% increase compared to the last year, and we do expect that we will reach our annual targets till the end of the year. Now, as I mentioned, that we have embarked on the quite ambitious reform plan. That our goal is to transform Ukroboronprom into an effective, modern, and innovations-driven holding company, which can fully unlock the great potential, as we think, of Ukrainian defense industry, and become globally competitive and can be trusted by our foreign partners. Now, the key transformation streams that we are pursuing right now is the corporatization. Most of the state enterprises participants of Ukroboronprom will be corporatized and transformed either into state-owned joint stocked or limited liabilities companies. And there is right now a special draft law in the parliament, which we expect to be adopted early next year, which will create the legal environment for such a change. We also planning a restructuring. Some of the restructuring already started. We are moving right now 19 of our companies for privatization to the State Property Fund, and we expect more to come. And the most strong and the prospective enterprises will be combined into 6 sectoral corporations under the parent holding company. So now also we are building up an effective management system with the implementation of corporate governance based on the OECD principles, with establishment of fully functional and responsible supervisory board with independent members, with a proper disclosure and transparency. And we are also redesigning our operational model in line with the new holding and sectoral sub-holding structure. And of course, the important transformation stream, as for actually everybody in this world, in this modernization, we need to upgrade our product line, where innovation plays the key role, and we also need to modernize our production base. Now, obviously, these ambitious plans that we have for the reform were affected by the COVID quarantine measures and the crisis, but mainly on the timing. As we are quite dependent on the government for these reforms, as you mentioned, that of course the timing, sometimes we see right now the certain delays that we hope to catch up next year with ongoing our reform. So as for the general COVID situation, Ukraine is quite affected. We have a population of 40 million people, and at the moment we have almost 700,000 people who have got the virus, with 11,500 people who unfortunately died. And we, as elsewhere in European countries, in September, October, we have seen the second wave. And now the daily cases have risen to 15,000 cases a day, and it's stabilized recent days, but we still expect it to grow. So the government is considering right now a second lockdown. The first we had for basically 3 months in the spring, and now we are there is a possibility for a new lockdown closer to the end of the year and the Christmas time. Now so basically we are not out of the woods. We are still have work to do with ongoing COVID effects. So before we go to this post-COVID world, we still have to deal with the COVID today. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't think about what will be the effects in the future, but we do have ongoing case on our hands. Now, Since March 2020, enterprises of Ukroboronprom operate within the difficult conditions. Number of staff daily involved in production processes significantly reduced to the level of critically required. Remote operation mode have been applied that required additional funding to set up a digital infrastructure. Now, some of the enterprises and workshops were put down or transferred to the part-time operation mode due to the detection of COVID with some employees. Now, unfortunately, I have to say that if to look at our overall situation, is 2,700 people got infected, which is approximately 4% of our workforce. We had, unfortunately, 26 deaths. And now we have 700 cases ongoing. More than 2,000 people have recovered. So still, it's an ongoing process right now. In the recent couple of weeks, we saw that the rates of increase of the COVID cases has stabilized within the concern. Not to say about the country, but within the concern, it's okay. Now, our enterprises during these quarantine restrictions, we do not stand aside and rapidly responded to challenges of the coronavirus. Like we have started quite rapidly the production of disposable masks in-house. Probably you've seen that Antonov Airlines fleet is involved in global delivery of cargoes for the COVID-19 response. We've done some R&D and some production with the support of Swiss government of the lung ventilators on one of our enterprises. Now we restored the production of the medical oxygen. So also now, and despite all this coronavirus situation, we do comply with our obligations with the customers, keep working on the contract performance and conclude new deals for supply of military equipment and manufactured by our enterprises. Now, if to look at the disruptions that we have, that clearly the disruptions happen in production. However, in general, we have avoided a serious disruption, which allowed us to continue to perform our contractual obligations. Production schedules have been adjusted. There was clearly lockdown transportation restrictions. We had to introduce some part-time production schedules. There were some additional expenses related to the creating of the safe work environment, and the immediate mitigation measures have to be taken following the infection of the employees who are involved in production. Now, in the supply chain disruptions, I have to say that we also generally avoided supply chain disruptions specifically with the local our suppliers. More impact we have seen, of course, on the international trade flows restrictions, more in transportation area. However, I have to say that in general, the current COVID crisis on our supply chain had much smaller effect compared to the disruption that we had immediately after the start of the military conflict with Russia in 2014. Therefore, the big adjustment we had to face at that time, and in the recent 3-4 years, we have been able to do quite a lot of what we call import substitution, and with the local suppliers playing the key role in this process. And at the moment, still the local suppliers are the major providers for us for most of our products. Now, still the issue exists. Still, we are looking at the resilience issues with our supply chain. But we have a good experience which we can use and the agility and that we built in the last 5 years on conflict and war that we can use right now. Now, defense budget in Ukraine this year is record high, and in the moment it's intact. Next year, there is uncertainty still with the state budget because it's not yet adopted. However, we expect that the Parliament will there will not be a COVID-related reduction in the defense budget. So we saw some delays with the signage of the local defense contracts. However, it's only partially related to the COVID. It's more rather the internal issues. Now, I have to say that for Ukroboronprom, the local defense purchases represent only around 30% of our turnover, and more than 50% is export. So clearly for us, we have a significant vulnerability linked to the COVID impact on the global defense market. Now, we definitely have to say that the global defense market right now faces the largest crisis for the last decades. According to experts, there will be the defense trade rates will go down in 2020 and likely to be extended within 2021. As you surely know, that annual volume of global export of armaments and military equipment was gradually growing, maybe from the dawn of this new millennium, maybe with exception 2009, due to the economic crisis of 2008. But in general, we've seen the growth. Now, having analyzed the current situation and considering the leading experts' forecast, we see the downsizing of export volume in global markets can reach at least or even exceed 10%. In 2009, for example, it was 4.4%, so the impact is much bigger than in 2009. And according to the preliminary data, the reduction of armaments trade rates within 20-30% nowadays has become a sustainable trend in the neighboring with Ukraine countries, which are in a much better financial in economic conditions than Ukraine. We suffered, of course, our defense industry export has suffered from pandemic effects immediately almost. There were restrictions for air and ground travel, made it practically impossible for us regular contacts with our business partners and caused cancellation of the most international exhibitions and events. And now the abolition of exhibition, official visits, intergovernmental commissions, business negotiation deprived us of the considerable marketing tool and grounds for establishing contacts and setting up dialogues with potential partners. There were cancellations of the pre-scheduled negotiations and meetings. So we also faced some problems with performance of contractual commitments. It was impossible in some cases to handle acceptance and delivery operations, shipments of products. So we managed to avoid the serious, major, significant reductions and kept the balanced export in-house corporate armaments export rates. However, in the 9 months of this global coronavirus pandemic, our exports went down 30% compared to 2019. We succeeded to work in these conditions, but and really hope that we'll increase annual exports rates. Now, in 2020, we exported military equipment and armaments and services to 50 foreign countries. Presently, our main partners are on Asia Pacific. It's 56% of our exports, but the European is growing. Share now it's 19% of our sales in Europe, which is up from 3% in 2013. So now the lessons, the adaptation that we have, that I would agree with Markus that we should not only look at the crisis as look at the positive, let's say, effects on that and the range of the new opportunities that it creates. So the crisis served as a catalyst. It's I would say, the positive disruptor in some cases, we have to reconsider the involvement and effectiveness of the employees and productivity when we see that, for example, we send the 1/3 of the workforce for the quarantine, but the factory continue working at the same rate. So you ask a question on the effectiveness. So, and we also facilitated us to take some decisions for involvement, improvements of the structures and the managerial processes. Now, clearly, it's a catalyst for digitalization. So we learned how to explore new remote IT applications, tools, arrange secured communication, enhance cybersecurity of our enterprises, and of course, reconsidering planning of business and production process continuity. You know, that's most important. Yes.
Well, I have one short question to you. When you see, just very short answer, when you see this period of stabilization for you, is it next year, 2022, 2023?
No, again, if we see the stabilization for the exports, clearly we don't know yet when the crisis will end next year, because we do have all right now the vaccine hopes that the vaccines will arrive sometimes next year, but we do expect still at least for half a year next year there will be the negative effect. So the export will be affected. Now, for the local production, I don't think there will be such a big impact. So for exports, yes. So the recovery, the normal recovery, I would expect 2022. 2023. So now yes.
Yeah. Thank you. This is understood. Just looking some opinions from U.S., Europe company CEOs. One suggestion even have been for the next year that accounting the time back, like making the next year plan, should make the plan for the COVID exit period 2022. And from this, take 2021 as transition year. So maybe the hope for next year is not so high, but to overcome this, we should look just further to 2022, 2023. So this,
yes,
I understand.
Well, probably looking at the timing on because you of course, especially in exports, you build your order portfolio. And given the time lag that you need to go through all the process, clearly that just the timing will require us to expect the recovery in actual production volumes and the export rates sometimes in 2022.
Thank you.
So now, also I have to say that look at let's see on the post-COVID vision. That still, this looking at the big picture, this crisis still has a limited in time nature. We're talking, even if we're talking about the 2022, it's just on the big scale. It's in 1 year. So that the rate of recovery will depend also on the financial conditions of the partnering countries. Some of them in medium term will downsize the defense expenses, abolish programs of re-equipment and cut. However, I don't think that there will be one uniform reaction. Countries will react in different ways. Some countries reconsider their priorities in procurement of armaments, and some of them may change the terms of tenders, and some of them in reverse may speed up the procurement. So we have to look at the very specific cases rather than a uniform reaction across the different countries. And now nowadays we closely monitor the current trends which are rising in importing countries, and we learn how to quickly respond to any change in the market condition. That's we have to increase our response rate as much as possible. Now, what also clear that the COVID-19 crisis revealed also the urgency of determining the secured communication systems between the partners, specifically in this field of international military technical cooperation. That's very important vulnerability, I have to say, that exposed. We have to look into that. supply chain vulnerabilities that stand in the documents that's shared with us before the conference, again, raise this issue of the resilience of supply chain. It will remain. And of course, the previous speakers were talking about the one crucial aspect. This trend made in my country is getting more demanded. So clearly, many countries already started to move in the direction of development of their own defense industries and maximum use of their national scientific industrial this potential. And this trend will definitely accelerate, and the COVID crisis is a catalyst for already existing trend. And the same for digitalization. Digitalization is on all this, drawing on the strategic plans. We all talk about the digitalization, but now we clearly see how crisis accelerated this trend. And especially we have to look at this marketing process, which is exhibitions, the digitalization of the samples, that we can new ways to communicate to the customers without moving the physical products.
Thank you, Oleg.
So
Oleg.
To summarize, yes.
Yeah. Please summarize,
please.
And we're moving ahead with the questions.
Yes. That clearly that we will overcome this crisis, and the lucky survivors. I have to say that we are going to transfer to the future generations not only the interesting and useful experience to work within such a challenging environment, but also a vast heritage, I have to say, of the technological mechanisms and up-to-date skills for effective collaboration. So that's for sure that will be our what we will move further, and we will be stronger, I'm sure, we'll be more agile, and we'll be more adaptive. So thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Oleg. I'm very sure that if you are overcoming all these three different crises, defense industry, what is developing through the crisis, should be strongest in the world. So with these limited resources, you can make only critically important steps. There is no other way. Thank you. We have some short time, about few questions. One, what also Mr. Mansour highlighted, own IP, diversified revenue, and during current period or last 12 months, different defense industry sectors have different hit, doing better, like state and local, C4 ISR, diversified IT, government services, defense technology, and under the harder pressure, definitely commercial aerospace, space satellites, multi-platform contractors. So my question is, do you see any change in your product selection or portfolio? Maybe Mr. Mansour, you can start.
I think I have to say this is a continuous effort to monitor this all the time. However, we are by nature we're a very diversified company. So we have different business units serving different sectors. We have an ICT business unit. We have a security business unit covering both physical and cyber security. And within our defense industry, we are diversified into avionics, electronics, C4I, and EW. I think we are monitoring. The key thing here is what are the customer demand, what is the upcoming requirement, and also what is the strategic for the country in terms of technology. So this is our main guidelines. In Saudi Arabia, we have a government authority called GAMI, General Authority for Military Industry, and they are basically the regulator for this industry and also the localization, responsible for the localization. And they have identified already some technology that they want to grow in the country. So yes, I can see us looking at different business line, different products within the same business line that I think we have today, but definitely different products and services. And again, I just want to say that the emphasis is really in the customer requirement and what's strategic for the country.
Thank you. Thank you. Markus, we discussed with you earlier about also some management and leadership questions after COVID period, and some company CEOs have said, for example, that look what we have achieved during this difficult period. Some developments have been achieved in 2-3 months, but we have planned to do in next 2-3 years. Some CEOs say that we are not going back to where we were before, and some CEOs think that if this period is over, we're coming back to the old roots. Markus, what is your view? Is there any change in your leadership, management behavior, or what is your atmosphere there?
Yeah, I would say again, I mean, we are a reasonably small company, and in this company we are like a family. And to be honest, I think I mentioned before, we just feel that the COVID-19 has just reflected that we are working in a really agile and flexible way, and I think it's just given us proof that the way we work is the right way, and we're just motivated by that fact. So I don't foresee any big changes in the way we manage the company or how we do things. I shouldn't say it's business as usual, because of course we've learned that COVID-19 has a big impact, and we have to reflect that in the future. But I would say we are geared up to meet those kind of crises for the future.
Thank you. Let's say one management question is also how board acts in crisis. Maybe we can open shortly the board role during the COVID period. There have been some observations that COVID has common plane, more closer to the management. Usually board is a little bit away from daily management. Markus, how you see your board role? Is it different during the crisis, or is it remain same?
In fact, in our specific example, there hasn't been much board intervention during this crisis. So I have difficulties to ask, but we're also a small company. So in this case, we have not been involved in that kind of discussions. I don't know how it is with the other speakers here, if they have a different view on that.
Yeah, no, I think there is also a question at different sectors. Some sectors who are on the bigger hit, they definitely struggle more, and they are in the bigger pain. What is, Mr. Mansour, your view about board role during the crisis period?
Well, I think it is a little bit different. I mean, and this is mutual. I mean, the management and the board wanted both to engage to make sure that we are going the right direction. So I have seen some more regular reporting, for example, on revenues and financials, but nothing major. But I think that the board role is important, of course, on all the situations, but specifically in a situation like this, where they have to steer the strategy, making sure that you're going with the right strategy. How can we improve? How can we recover? So I can see generally this role is done by the board, in addition to also communication at high level communication, whether it's with the government, with customers, with major partners. So I think that is unexpected from a board generally.
Understood. Hey, thank you, gentlemen. I will conclude our board here. What I strongly believe, what I have seen during my personal military operations, that difficulties are uniting people. And if we can travel, if we can meet each other, we should keep up our communications to have the dialogue. Maybe we need even much more communication. We need to talk with each other much more than before, to make sure that all sales, marketing, supply chains, value chains are working well. I think this discussion have been very valuable, especially because of our very different geography. unfortunately, we see that we all are under some pressure, and we will overcome this crisis together and looking much more bright future, looking the period 2022, period 2023. So I hope your company is surviving well. Some have said that bigger companies will win bigger here in this situation. Hope also that our smaller companies coming out from this difficult period. But as I've said, that for defense industry or for military, nothing is better than some small crisis somewhere, and this will develop and encouraging us for the future. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you all our guests, and then we're going to the next pause.
Anyone can change the world. Estonians have always been striving for innovation in technology and our way of life. Our digital infrastructure and our citizens' readiness to use new technology is your chance to test new products and services more effectively and receive faster feedback. Innovation and change is the end result of all true learning and education. Think of Estonia's smart business ecosystem as a test bed for your next innovation. anyone can change the world. Estonians have always been striving for innovation in technology and our way of life. Our digital infrastructure and our citizens' readiness to use new technology is your chance to test new products and services more effectively and receive faster feedback. Innovation and change is the end result of all true learning and education. Think of Estonia's smart business ecosystem as a test bed for your next innovation.
Tere tulemast tagasi meie kolmandasse paneeli ja see paneel vaatab natukene rohkem Eesti asjadele, Eesti kaitsetööstusele ja selle tõttu on see ka eesti keeles. Et meie eesmärgiks on siis rääkida sellest, et kuidas kaitsetööstus võiks olla osa kaitsevõimest. Ja siis juhatuseks ma räägiks nii palju, et Eesti kaitsetööstus on teinud väga kiire arengu, kui me vaatame siin viimast paari aastakümmet, et olukorrast, kus meil praktiliselt polnud Eestis kaitsetööstust olemaski või olid ainult mõned üksikud entusiastid, oleme me täna jõudnud kümnete ettevõteteni, kes on edukad eksporditurgudel ja toodavad kümneid miljoneid lisandväärtust Eesti majandusele ja loomulikult aitavad kaasa ka Eesti riigikaitse tugevdamisele. Ja see ei ole olnud lihtne tee, see on võtnud palju pingutusi kõikidelt osapooltelt, kes seda tööstust edendavad ja ma arvan, et me oleme tegelikult riigina tervikuna väga hästi õnnestunud, et mitte millestki meil on täna tekkinud täiesti midagi. Ja ma arvan, et selle paneeli mõte võiks olla selles, et vaadata, kus me täna oleme, mis see seis on, kuhu me võiksime jõuda kaitsetööstuse arengus ja selle seoses kaitsevõimega. Ja kuna ükski asi ei toimu siin maailmas tänapäeval enam isolatsioonis, siis vaataks ka natukene sellist rahvusvahelist poolt kõige lõpus, et kuidas Eesti kaitsetööstus ja selle areng ja kõik see võiks suhestuda ka rahvusvahelise poolega. Kui me vaatame nagu tervikuna veel, et kust me oleme tulnud, siis aastal 2013 võeti vastu selline dokument nagu kaitsetööstuspoliitika Eestis ja see on siiamaani täiesti kehtiv dokument. Ja too oli tol ajal selline paber, mille tegemise käigus me leppisime kokku erinevate osapoolte vahel, et kuidas seda kaitsetööstust siis arendatakse. Seal me nägime ette erinevaid rolle erinevatele osapooltele, seal olid ministeeriumid erinevad üles loetletud, kaitseministeerium, kes on valdkonna juht, seal olid siseministeerium, rahandusministeerium, kaitsevägi, politsei, piirivalveamet ja nii edasi, igal ühel oma roll ja loomulikult tööstus kui ise ka kes siis kõige rohkem tegelikult seda arengurolli kandis. Et nagu paberil tundub, et meil nagu see raam oleks nagu paigas, aga aeg on nüüd läinud edasi, aastast 2013 on juba 7 aastat möödas, et maailm on läinud selle aja jooksul edasi, meil on olnud siin Ukraina kriis, viimati on meil olnud siin Covidi kriis ja nii edasi, et elu ei jää seisma ja kõik asjad peavad edasi arenema. Nüüd siin septembrikuus oli Eestis päris kõva debatt avalikkuses ka riigikaitsevõimete üle. Ma arvan, et laiem avalikkus tõenäoliselt esimest korda sai teada, et kui peenhäälestatud ja kui põhjalik on üks kaitsevõime arendamise protsess kui selline Eesti Vabariigis, millega Kaitseministeeriumi, Kaitseväe ja kõikide teiste jõustruktuuride ametnikud on siin aastaid ja aastakümneid tegelikult tegelenud. Ja nüüd on nagu küsimus, et kui me räägime kaitsetööstusest selle osana, kuidas see kaitsevõime peaks tekkima, et siis on juba ette küsimus, et kuidas siis see kaitsetööstus võiks selles väga detailses protsessis osaline olla. Ja mida veel võiks endalt küsida kindlasti alustuseks on see, et kas see pilt, mida me täna näeme, on nüüd piisav kaitsetööstuse maastikul, kas see seos kaitsevõimega on nagu piisav või peaks siin olema midagi teisiti. Nii et küsimusi on siin, ma arvan, üsna palju ja selleks, et seda arutelu pidada, ma olen palunud siia täna lisaks endale 3 panelisti, kes on kõik oma valdkonna väga tähtsad esindajad ja eksperdid. Ja ma tutvustan neid ka järjekorras. Kõigepealt on meil Meelis Oitsalu, kes on Kaitseministeeriumi kaitseplaneerimise asekantsler ja olnud selles ametis väga pikalt tegev. Ja tema portfellis on ka muuhulgas siis kaitsetööstuse areng üldises plaanis vastutada. Sealt edasi on brigaadikindral Veiko Vello-Palm, kes on Kaitseväe peastaabi ülem, samamoodi olnud väga pikalt tegev süsteemis, muuhulgas töötanud Kaitseministeeriumis riigikaitse planeerimise osakonna juhatajana üdini kursis, ma arvan, selliste kaitsevõime arenduste üksikasjadega ja kuidas see valem täpselt töötab ja toimib. Ja kõige lõpuks on meil Taavi Veskimägi, kes täna siin on Eesti Kaitsetööstuse Liidu nõukogu esimehena ja samamoodi Eesti Kaitsetööstuse juures olnud väga pikalt Eesti Kaitsetööstuse Liidu sünni juurest algusest peale. Nii et kaitsetööstuse arengutega igati pikalt kursis. Ja teeme siis selliselt, et igal ühel alustuseks väike sissejuhatus ja siis lähme juba aruteluga edasi. Nii et Meelis Oitsalu, ole lahke.
Jaa, aitäh Ingvar. Mina tahaksin alustada ja kasutada kõigepealt võimalust Kaitseministeeriumi esindajana tänada kõiki kaitsetööstureid tõesti selle hästi võimsa 0-100 kiirenduse eest kaitsetööstussektori asutamisel ja arendamisel, mida Ingvar ka siin mainis. Ma arvan, et me võime täna südamerahuga öelda, et see sektor on nii riigi vaates kui ka sektori enda vaates inkubatsiooniperioodi ikkagi suurepäraste tulemustega läbinud. Et keegi tavaliselt ametniku ja riik ei kiida, kui riik seda ise ei tee, siis lubage lihtsalt täiesti kohatult siin paar sellist keskkondlikku pingutust ka ära mainida, et kuidas riik on siis üritanud selles inkubatsioonifaasis toeks olla ettevõtjatele. Meil on olemas, ma arvan, Eesti riigi vaates täiesti arvestatava mahuga selline turvaline, ka finantsiliselt suhteliselt turvaline liivakast arendustoetuste fondi näol, kus siis ettevõtted saavad oma uusi tootearendusi teha ja see on olnud hästi viljakas pingutus, palju uusi tooteid on sündinud ja enamasti on asjad läinud ka, või need investeeringud läinud ka asja ette arendustoetused. Mitte sugugi väike pingutus, tundub küll selline, ütleme, tegemata töö tagantjärgi ära tegemine, aga siiski võttis pingutust ka see, et luua tegelikult sõjatööstust, kohalikku sõjatööstust võimaldav regulatsioon. Teadupärast veel mõni aasta tagasi oleks päädinud igasugune, ütleme, surmava jõuga kaitsetööstustoote arenduse üritus trellidega ja ebaseadusliku lõhkeaine ja muude surmavate materjalide käitlemise süüdistusega, et see tegemata töö tehti ka riigi poolt ära, tehti suhteliselt kiiresti sealt seest seda protsessi vaadanuna. Võin öelda, et ka see võttis riigis mõnes mõttes natukene ka valitsussektori sisest usalduse tekitamist, et see on okei üldse anda eraettevõtjatele kätte laskemoona ja surmavat tehnoloogilist taipu. Ja see usaldusblokk on nüüd ka tänaseks edukalt murdunud, aga no, mis vast kõige suurema ja strateegilisema mõjuga on kindlasti see, et me Euroopa Liidu eesistumise ajal, ja sellest oli siin hommikul ka pikalt juttu, küll teises keeles natukene, oleme isegi üle oma nii-öelda suuruse suutnud enda eesistumise ajal, Euroopa Liidu eesistumise ajal avada tegelikult täiesti uusi fonde kogu sektorile ja mis peamine, siin hommikuses paneelis istus koos komisjoni esindajatega üks Eesti ametnik Kusti Salm, kelle isiklikku karismat ja panust ja sellist järeleandmatust nendel läbirääkimistel selle üle, kuidas neid miljardeid, mis kaitsetööstuse ettevõtetele nüüd avanesid, tulevikus jagama aetakse, et tema järjekindlus viis selleni, et just väikese ja keskmise suurusega ettevõtted jääksid selles raha jagamises ellu ja kõik ei läheks siis suur relvakorporatsioonide ja nii-öelda vanade riikide juba sisse söönud töösturite kätte. Loomulikult seda, mis meid siia on toonud, võibki pidada heaks selliseks stardi kiirenduse mõttes ja inkubaatorina toimivaks. Et ilmselgelt on kätte jõudnud aeg, kus me peaksime koos sektoriga koos vaatama, et mis see järgmise faasi nii-öelda arenguloogika, millele see peaks nagu põhinema või kust kohast milliseid motivaatoreid ja stiimuleid seada riigi poolt ka, et see järgmine arengukõver oleks suurusjärgu võrra suurem, kui see inkubatsiooni oma on, sellepärast, et praegu veel oleme ausad, sektori üldkäibe osas see ka Eesti majanduses ei ole veel üleliia nähtav, aga see arenduspotentsiaal ja need edulood, mida siin ka läbi väga suurte raskuste ja isiklike riskide võtmise kaitsetöösturid on tegelikult tänaseks ära toonud. Ja üks see privileeg, mis selle valdkonnaga tegelemisel ongi, et ma olen tegelikult õppinud tundma nii mõndagi erasektori liidrit, kellel on sees pauku ja energiat ja ideid ja just kestlikkust rohkemgi kui mõnel legendaarsel poliitikul. Nii et see teeb igati rõõmsaks ja loob aluse tegelikult ka edasisele tegevusele. Et selles valdkonnas on ilmnenud ka siis nagu ikka algfaaside lõpupoole ilmnevad teatud sellised süsteemsed pinged, mida me üritamegi siis uue kaitsetööstuspoliitikaga adresseerida. Me oleme juba alustanud seda protsessi, meil oli eelmine nädal mõttehommik siin Eesti Kaitsetööstuse Liiduga, Kaitseväega ja teadusringkondadega, et arutada siis, et mis need nagu põhiteemad või keskkondlikud pingutused peaksid olema, mis aitaksid kaitsetööstusel jõuda järgmisesse arengufaasi. Ja ma nimetan siin mõne, teised panelistid võivad neid hiljem kommenteerida ja ka vaidlustada. See uus kaitsetööstuspoliitika on ka veel inkubatiivses faasis, nii et keegi isiklikult ei võta, kui ka sisuline debatt siin samas avalikult vallandub sel teemal, peabki vallanduma. Esiteks eksisteerib teatud selline ootus, nii nagu näitas sektori enda antud tagasiside uuringu põhjal, kui ka meie süsteemi sees selliste fookusteemade tekitamisele, ehk siis natukene paremale fokusseerimisele temaatiliselt, et milliseid probleeme peaks kaitsetööstus tulevikus aitama sõjalisel kaitsel, mitte ainult Eesti omal, vaid ka teiste riikide omal lahendama. Et loomulikult siin ka sellesama Euroopa Liidu rahade avanemise survel on sellised fookusteemad tekkeliselt isevooluteed juba tekkinud, näiteks autonoomsed platvormid ja küberkaitse, aga see isevool ei pruugi järgmisel 10 aastal kõige mõistlikum lähenemine olla. Ja EKTL-il endalgi on ka samuti võtmeroll siin meie nägemuse järgi selles, et üldse sellised fookusteemad saaksid tekkida, sellepärast et teadupärast kõik, mis puudutab nii-öelda tööstuse riigipoolset arendamist, siis igasuguse fokusseerimisega kaasneb alati kellegi perifeeriasse jäämine. Ja see, kuidas tekitada see usaldusmehhanism, et kuidas neid nii-öelda fookusteemasid ja neid arengusuundi läbi rääkida nii, et see fookus ei oleks liiga lai, nii et sellel protsessil üldse puudub mõte. Ja teisalt, et see ei oleks ka mitte legitiimne sellisel määral, kus ta tekitab üldist usaldamatust riigi ja sektori vastu. Et see on üks selliseid asju, mida me peame koostöös sektoriga nüüd uue kaitsetööstuspoliitika juures adresseerima. Teiseks, ja see läheb nüüd konkreetsemalt siin selle teema juurde, mida Ingvar mainis, et me peakski natukene põhjalikumalt artikuleerima ära selle, kuidas ja millistes etappides võiks siis kaitsetööstusfirmad või siis nende konsortsiumid kaasuda sellesse otsustusprotsessi, mis viib siis võimevajaduse, sõjalise võimevajaduse defineerimisest siis konkreetse ostuni, konkreetse lepinguni. Ja siin on olnud väga palju selliseid signaale, aga need signaalid sellele ootusele, et see protsess ära kaardistada, peaksid muutuma selle kaitsetööstuspoliitika järgmise versiooni käigus märksa nagu konkreetsemaks. Ja mul on konkreetne plaan istuda ka EKTL-iga maha ja Kaitseväega ja kaardistada ära siis kujundlikult öeldes need bussipeatused, kus tavaliselt võimeplaneerijad rohkem või vähem tulemuslikumalt peatuvad ja vaatame, et millistes peatustes, millistel juhtudel on mõtet kaitsetöösturil seista. Et ei tekiks sellist, ütleme ka rollisegadust kogu selles kaitsetööstuse arendamise hea tahte taustal, mis tegelikult tööstussektoril lisaks kasumi taotlusele on ilmnenud ilmselgelt. Siin on loomulikult ka, palju mul aega on meil?
30 sekundit.
Siin on loomulikult ka omad loomulikud piirid, mis tulenevad üldse riigivalitsuse põhimõttest, kui ka sellest, et üks asi, mis siin Ingvar mainis, oli see hiljutine debatt, et kes peaks määrama sõjalise kaitse võimevajaduse, et see loomulik piir on selline hügieenipiir, et Kaitseväe juhataja on see, kes ütleb Eesti suguses riigis eriti veel, kuidas ta tahab riiki kaitsta ja see küsimus, kuidas on väga intiimselt seotud küsimusega, mida. Ehk siis selle terviklikkus, väikese süsteemi terviklikkus, Eesti riigikaitsesüsteemi terviklikkus tänu väiksesele on olulisem kui suurtes riikides, kus seda massi on rohkem ja eksimusruumi ka rohkem. Ja selles mõttes on hästi oluline, et me räägiks läbi mitte ainult selle bussipeatuse, vaid kuidas selles ühistranspordi kultuurist nii-öelda, et kuidas selle bussi peale tulla, kuidas seal käitutakse nii, et kõik ennast turvaliselt tunneksid nii ametnikud kui ka ettevõtjad, sest ka ametnikel on teatud hirm nii-öelda konsulteerida hangete väliselt ettevõtjatega ja ka seda tuleks süsteemselt adresseerida ja võib-olla luua ka mingi turvaline rambivalgus ja see õiguslikult ka ära reguleerida, et eksisteeribki sarnaselt sellele lavale näiteks täiesti turvaline koht, kus ettevõtja siis teatud nii-öelda sektori esindajana, mitte eraldi juriidilise isikuna ja ametnik saaksid täiesti legaalselt arutadagi neid asju, et okei, mis meil 10 aasta plaanis on, kuidas, millised on meie majanduspotentsiaalid nendes valdkondades, kas on huvitatud, kes tahaksid siin saada, ütleme niimoodi, infot selle kohta, et siuke plaan on teostamisel varem kui rahvusvahelised relvakonglomeraadid, sest siin, kui me ei räägi nüüd konkreetse hanke toimetamisest, siis siin teatud eelis ikkagi ju kohalikul tööstusel on, et sellise info vahetamist ei keela ükski hankeseadus, kui arvestada seadust tulenevad piiranguid. Ja kolmas asi, mis ma mainin ära, hästi lühidalt on riigipoolse tellija kompetentsi kasvatamine, et tekiks sisenõudlus ja see tellija kompetents peaks tegelikult selle mündi teine pool on äridiplomaatia. mis meil on küll mingil kujul olemas, aga me peaks tekitama ikkagi mingi sektori spetsiifilise äridiplomaatia võimekuse ja seal tuleb samuti minna märksa detailsemaks ja keskendunumaks oma lähenemistes ja konkreetsemaks, et need reaalselt ka tulu tooksid, sest niisama lipu lehvitamine või ka Facebookis pildi jagamine Kaitseministeeriumi poolt oma tööstuse parimate näidete kohta ei tööta. See maailm toimib natuke teistpidi. Aitäh!
Nii, aitäh! Veiko Vello, Kaitsevägi kui see põhitellija, et kuidas siis Kaitsevägi näeb oma tellija rolli?
Tere, Kaitsevägi kui klient ja meie peaksime olema need, kes peaksid hakkama sõnastama neid probleeme, millest Meelis rääkis. Enne kui ma lähen probleemi sõnastamise juurde või konkreetsemate probleemide juurde, ma tahaks rääkida kahest suuremast märksõnast. Esimene on innovatsioon kõige laiemas mõttes ja teine on Eesti kaitsetööstuse konkreetne osalus Eesti riigikaitses ja veel rohkem sõjalises riigikaitses. Innovatsiooni puhul ma tahan rääkida mitte niivõrd innovatsioonist kui tasakaalu hoidmisest olemasoleva ja nii-öelda innovaatilise poole pealt, arengu poole pealt. Ja siin on väga oluline aru saada, et sellel hetkel, kui valitakse innovatsioon, sellel hetkel, kui otsustatakse, et me läheme täiesti teistmoodi edasi, siis see võtab ressurssi. See võtab alati ressurssi ja teiselt poolt see ressurss on ära otsese sõjalise riigikaitse arendamisest. Ja see on tavaliselt asi, mis jäetakse kahe silma vahele. Ehk siis sellel hetkel, kui sa otsustad täna, nüüd ja praegu panustada mingisugusele tulevikuvõimele, mingisugusele tuleviku arengule, siis see raha või see ressurss, mida sa paned tuleviku arengule, seda sa ei saa panna asjale, mis teeks sul täna, nüüd ja praegu pauku. On selge, et innovatsioon ka sõjaväes on tulemas ja päris suur järgnevatel aastatel ja see järjest rohkem ja rohkem puudutab meid. Ehk kui vaadata, kuidas sõjanduses on progress ja innovatsioon käinud, siis võtame näiteks sellise näite kui õhuvägi või hävituslennukid. Kui te võtate teise maailmasõja aegse piloodi, kas siis Messerschmitti või Spitfire'i kabiinist, siis tema tegi kõike ise seal. Tema juhtis lennukit füüsiliselt, tema vaatas ümberringi, otsis sihtmärke, pidas sidet, arvestas ennakuid, et hävitada vastase lennukeid ja nii edasi. Kui te võtate selle kõige parema piloodi teise maailmasõja aegse ja panete ta tänapäevase F-35 kokpiti, siis ta ei suuda seal mitte midagi teha. Absoluutselt mitte midagi teha. Ta ei suuda isegi lennukiga lennata. See progress on olnud kohutav ja meeletu. Kui te võtate ja vaatate 90. aasta või 95. aasta üksiksõduri varustust ja võrdlete seda näiteks teise maailmasõja aegse varustusega, siis see vahe ei ole olnud väga suur. Seal on nipet-näpet on parandatud, aga see vahe ei ole väga suur. Kui te võtate tänapäevase üksiksõduri varustuse arenenud lääneriigis ja võrdlete seda 95. aasta varustusega, siis see areng on olnud jälle meeletu, alates vormidest, vormimaterjalidest, lõigetest, kuni lõpetades öövaatlusseadmeteni, erinevate vidinateni, mis selle sõduri küljes käivad, või siis kas või pealambini, mida aastal 95 muuses ei olnud sõduri varustuses. Nüüd samasugust arengut ei ole toimunud kõige olulisemas asjas, ehk sõjaväelises juhtimises. Kui te võtate teise maailmasõja aegse brigaadi ülema, ükskõik millise riigi sõjaväest ja panete ta tänapäevase brigaadi juhtimispunkti, siis tal läheb võib-olla veerand tundi, võib-olla 20 minutit, ta saab aru, mis toimub ja see lahing näeb välja täpselt samasugune nagu teise maailmasõja ajal. Selles mõttes samasugune, et sa ühendad efekte, proovid oma pioneere, proovid oma suurtükiväge ja saada sinna murdepunkti ja raskuspunkti ja sul on natukene rohkem relvi, mis lasevad kaugemale ja mõned sensorid, mis näevad paremini, aga see viis, kuidas sa juhid, ehk sa juhid häälega, sa mõnikord juhid trükkides, see viis, kuidas sulle seda olukorda esitatakse ja kuidas sulle informatsiooni pakutakse, ei ole suurt erinev teisest maailmasõjast ja aastal 2020. Mina arvan loomulikult, ma ei ole mitte mingi prohvet, vaid seda arvavad enamus juhtivad sõjaväelased, nii et mina ainult kopeerin nende tarku mõtteid, et järgmine suur innovatsioon ja järgmine suur pööre toimub just tehisintellekti ja mehitamata süsteemide osas, mis toovad selle erisuse ja erinevuse lahinguväljale. Nüüd meile tagasi tulles selle juurde, tasakaalu otsimise juurde, siis Eestil on seda tasakaalu väga-väga raske leida. Et veel kord, kui me näiteks otsustaksime, et me panustame tehisintellekti väga märkimisväärse osa meie kaitse-eelarvest, siis selle arvelt me suudaksime vähem hankida tankitõrjerakette, vähem püsse, vähem laskemoona. Ja praegu, kuigi täna nüüd ja praegu ja võib-olla ka ülehomme sõjalist kallaletungi Eestile ei ole ette näha, siis aasta jooksul mina sellist garanti Kaitseväe peastaabi ülemana ei julgeks anda. Nüüd teine teema, Eesti Kaitsetööstuse osalus Eesti sõjalises riigikaitses, et kui suur see peaks olema, siis ka seal on loomulikult tasakaalu küsimus ja kaitseväelasena ma ütleksin, et ma ei tea. Ma arvan, et mida odavamalt meie saame selle niinimetatud paugu kätte oma euro eest, seda parem. Kas need sokid tulevad Eestist, see on pigem majanduspoliitiline küsimus, kas need relvad tulevad Eestist, kas laskemoon tuleb Eestis, ma ei tea, see on majanduspoliitiline küsimus. Aga kui ma nüüd neid kahte asja koos vaatan, innovatsioon ja Eesti kaitsetööstuse osakaal, siis ma ütleks, et siis nende kahe asja kokku, neid kahte asja kokku pannes, muutub see pilt minu jaoks väga oluliselt. Ja kuidas ta muutub? Ma ütlen väga selgelt ja kindlalt, et minu jaoks on olulised 3 asja. On moderniseeritavus, kohaldatavus ja isikustamine. Ja uute relvasüsteemide, uute juhtimissüsteemide, uute vahendite või isegi vahendite, mida maailmas ei ole piisavalt juurutamine Eesti kaitseväkke, peab olema selline, et nad oleks meile kiiresti moderniseeritavad, kiiresti kohaldatavad ja kiiresti isikustatavad iga asja puhul. Näiteks juhtimissüsteemide puhul. Juhtimissüsteemi puhul tänapäeval ei loe mitte niivõrd see, kui hästi sa suudad oma lõpp-produkti kirjeldada, vaid kui kiiresti seda suudetakse moderniseerida käigu pealt, selleks, et ta vastaks sinu tänasele vajadusele ja võib-olla sinu homsele vajadusele. Aga veel kord, vahet ei ole. Võtame isegi üksiksõduri vormiriietuse. Minu jaoks ei ole mitte niivõrd see tähtis, et kus kohas see vorm toodetakse, vaid kuivõrd see, kui hästi ta igat üksiksõdurit aitab täita tema ülesannet lahinguväljal. Ideaalis võiks olla niimoodi, et iga sõdur disainib ise endale vormi. Ja kui see vorm on Eesti Kaitsetööstuse tehtud, kui see know-how on Eestis olemas, siis miks mitte, vaid see just toetaks meid kõige paremini. Nii et kohaldatavus, isikustamine ja kiire moderniseerimise tsükkel. Ja siin ma näen väga suurt kasu sellest, kui see know-how, see teadmine, kui see oskusteave on just nimelt Eestis ja ükskõik millise asja puhul. Ma arvan, et ma siin kohas lõpetan ja midagi rohkem ei ütle. Hoidsin aega kokku.
Jah, aitäh. Taavi, kaitsetööstuse vaade nüüd sellele, et kuidas siis seda tasakaalu kaitsetööstuse poole pealt vaadata ja väga huvitav asja viskas siin Veiko Vello õhku nimelt odavus, eks ju, mis igat kaitsetööstuse ettevõtet ka alati huvitab ja küsimusi tekitab, et kas hind on oluline või kvaliteet on oluline või kus see tasakaal peaks olema. Nii et Taavi, palun.
Ja aitäh ja tere päevast veel kord minu poolt ka. Et kõigepealt muidugi ma tahan tänada meie partnereid, nii Kaitseministeeriumi, Kaitseväge, et tõesti see koostöö on olnud väga viljakas ja kindlasti ma ei väsi kordamast, et Kaitseministeerium on kindlasti kaitsetööstuse edendamisel teinud süsteemsemat ja paremat tööd kui ükski teine ministeerium ühegi teise tööstussektori edendamisel. Aga kindlasti me oleme jõudnud ka mõneti sellisesse murdepunkti, et Meelis juba peaaegu neid Goldschmidti sõnu tsiteeris, et mis tõi meid siia, ei vii meid siit edasi. Et aga nii ongi. Ehk mis siis tähendab seda, et sisuliselt see küsimus, et kuidas Eesti kaitsetööstus peaksid minema edasi nii rahvusvahelises vaates kui kodumaises vaates partnerina Eesti riigile, et need küsimused tuleb meil vastata. Ja kaitsetööstus loomulikult asub neid küsimusi vastama sellest lähtekohast, millest lähtuvalt me ka kunagi Eesti Kaitsetööstuse Liidu asutasime, et mis on meie missioon. Meie missioon on toetada Eesti kaitsevõimet, luues samal ajal töökohti ja majanduslikku heaolu Eestis. Selles mõttes on kaitsetööstusega paganama hea Eestis tegeleda, kuna on vähe sektoreid, kus on olemas väga selge, väga laiem avalik missioon, avalik mõõde ja ta panustab Eesti ühiskonda kahel viisil, läbi suurema võime ja läbi uute töökohtade ja majandusliku heaolu. Ja tõesti need ei saa lahutada, sest ilmselgelt just ka see viimane 2020. aasta on suurepäraselt seda näidanud, et kui ajad lähevad raskeks ja kui võib-olla kõik kokkulepped ei tööta päris nii, nagu on plaanitud ja kui me eelkõige hakkame mõtlema sellele, et kuidas oma inimestele tööd ja leiba anda, siis ilmselgelt hakkame me ka mõtlema selle peale, et kuidas neid kahte asja omavahel ühildada, ehk kuidas oma inimestele tööd ja leiba andes rohkem kaitsevõimet luua. Ja sellest lähtuvalt kindlasti ka seesama odavus, et mis tähendab odavus ühiskonna jaoks, sest lõppkokkuvõttes on see avalik raha. Loomulikult me kõik saame aru, et kaitsev ülesanne on kaitsta Eesti riiki. Aga ühiskonnana tervikuna, kui me investeerime sellesse valdkonda, siis me tahaksime saada maksimaalselt sotsiaalmajanduslikku efekti. Maksimaalselt sotsiaalmajanduslikku efekti, et iga euro, mis me sellesse valdkonda investeerime, viib meie ühiskonda kõige enam edasi. Edasi siis kaitsevõime seisukoha pealt, kui ka edasi üldise heaolu seisukoha pealt. Ehk et see uus kaitsetööstuspoliitika, millele ka Meelis siin juba viitas, peakski sisuliselt selle tasakaalu akti defineerima. Ja sellepärast on ääretult oluline tööstuse poolt vaadates, et uuest kaitsetööstuses poliitikast ei saa mitte ainult kaitsevaldkonna dokument, mis on heaks kiidetud kaitseministri poolt, vaid sellest saab vähemalt valitsuse dokument, kus on olemas ka kõigi teiste elualade, niinimetatud teiste elualade aktsept, et jah, me selles valdkonnas nii tegutseme, on see siis riigiabi, riigihanke, erinevate toetuste, kuni kvalifitseeritud tööjõu riiki lubamiseni välja, et need seatud eesmärgid, need seatud mõõdikud saavutada. Kui tulla nüüd natukene ka konkreetsemaks, et ma mõtlesin, et 3 mõtet just kaitsetööstus osana kaitsevõimest riigi kõigis kaitseseisunditest. Ja kindlasti siin laval olijatel on see mantra, mida Kaitsetööstuse Liit on juba viimased 10 aastat rääkinud, tuttav, aga meie jaoks on ta just oluline lähtuvalt sellest missioonist, et miks me üldse eksisteerime. Et kui me ei näeks tööstust osana võimes, siis ei oleks ka liitu vaja. Sellisel kujul vähemalt mitte, sest kui meie missioon on panustada Eesti patriootidena kaitsevõimesse, siis kui teised meid osana sellest ei näe, siis on väga raske ka ise seda missiooni realiseerida. Ehk et kuidas me siis seda missiooni näeme, et tõesõnaga Kaitseministeerium, siin juba nimetatud arendustoetus, mis on olnud väga edukas tööriist, enamus Eesti tänased kaitsetööstuse ettevõtted on ühel või teisel kujul tänu sellele väga väikesele rahale, mida Kaitseministeerium 400 000 on eraldanud, saanud tuuletiibades. See on väga edukas instrument olnud. Et ainuke moraalne põhjendus minu jaoks, et me selle võtame selle raha kaitse-eelarvest, ongi just täpselt see sama, et me läbi selle, nende ettevõtete arendamise taas loome Eesti kaitsevõimet. Vastasel juhul, kui me seda nii ei näeks, oleks see põhimõtteliselt vale. Sel juhul võiks sellega tegeleda Majandus- ja Kommunikatsiooniministeerium, EAS, kes iganes, kes tegeleb näiteks puitmajade klastriga. Ehk et mida me siis pakkuda saame? Et esiteks, et nii nagu siin juba kõlas, et kui Kaitseväe ülesanne on kaitsta Eestit, siis meie ülesanne on pakkuda see tööriista komplekt Kaitseväele Eesti kaitsmiseks. Ja see kindlasti ei ole absoluutne, ta kõlas siin absoluutselt, ma ei taha öelda nii-öelda Eesti kaitsetööstuse poole pealt, et see on absoluutne, aga see koostöö, kuhu ta ka peab minema, ongi täpselt see, et see selline probleemlahendusloogika. Et tõesti, et kui sul on aamer, tundub iga probleem naelana, aga tõenäoliselt on meil erinevaid probleeme, mis vajavad erinevaid tööriistu. Et see tööriistakast peab olema palju laiem. Ja see ongi see, et see probleemlahendus, Kaitsevägi peab nägema just strateegilisel, doktriini tasandil neid probleeme, mida meie peame ja tahame, mida ei pea, vaid tahame aidata lahendada. Ja see ei saagi toimuda selle konkreetse hanke raames või isegi selle hanke eel, vaid see peabki toimuma oluliselt strateegilisema arutlusena, oluliselt ajas varem. See loob esiteks võimaluse tööstusel, see võime luua ja teiseks see annab ka võimaluse arutada läbi siis, et mis on see parim lahendus. Ja see toob mind selle teise punkti juurde, mis ma arvan, et on kasvavalt oluline ja millest võiks kindlasti rääkida, et mina usun, et kui Eesti Kaitsetööstuse ettevõtted ja me siin Tarmo Ränisooga just ka nimetatud kaitsetööstuspoliitikat ettevalmistades viisime läbi ühe küsitluse meie ettevõtete hulgas, et mida te näete, et mis on teie peamine probleem täna ja järgmise 12 kuu jooksul. Ja ma ei taha praegu tulla nende probleemide juurde, aga veel kord üle korrata, mida ma ka sissejuhatavalt siin täna ütlesin, et me selle küsitluse ettevalmistamise käigus vaatasime, et pole mõtet küsitleda võib-olla ettevõtted, kelle jaoks on kaitsetööstuse äri marginaalne, mingi väike asi. Et kelle peamine äri on kaitsetööstus. Neid ettevõtted oli circa 45. Ehk et mis tähendab seda, et 45 ettevõttel, kes enamus tegutsevad eksporditurgudele suunatud, on olemas inimesed, kompetentsid, mida nad igalt poolt maailmas saavad. Ehk et see ei ole täna, ma arvan, see koostöö ainult mitte väelt tööstusele, vaid see on ka tööstuselt väele, mida meie inimesed erinevate armeede, erinevate struktuuridega väljaspool Eestit omandavad. Et me saame anda ka teistpidi selgelt tagasi. Ja viimane aspekt, mida ma tahan rõhutada, on see, et kui me siin rääkisime tööriistadest, siis ilmselge, et meie võimalus ongi disainida konkreetselt Eesti kaitsmiseks sobivad tööriistad, mida on võimalik siit pärast müüa laia maailma. Ehk et kui me räägime, et maailm on ühe asümmeetrilisem, siis ilmselgelt, et nii nagu ühel hetkel oli tiigrihüpe toimus Eestis, võeti kasutuse massiivselt avaliku sektori digitaliseerimine. Me oleme täna avaliku sektori mõttes kõige digitaliseerunum riik maailmas, et mõneti tuleks nagu sama asi ka läbi viia kaitsevaldkonnas, et mis on need uued innovaatilised lahendused, kuidas me üllatame oma vastast ja siin võiks tööstus tulla ka selliste uute innovatiivsete lahendustega kenasti pilti, et pakkuda tööriistasid, millega me suudame oma vaenlast üllatada sellises asümmeetrilises maailmas. Aitäh!
Ja, aitäh sissejuhatuse eest. Nüüd Meelis Oitsulu, siin Veiko Vello-Palm ja ka Taavi rääkisid väga palju sellest tasakaalust, et kui palju siis peaks olema 2% riigikaitsest nüüd tulevikku vaatav ja kui palju peab see olevikku pauku tegev tasakaal seal ole või kus see tasakaalupunkt siis peaks Kaitseministeeriumi arvates olema?
Ja ma ütlen sulle ausalt, ma ei tea ja see ongi see, mida me saame ainult koos Taavi ja sektori ja kaitseväega läbi rääkida, läbi mudeldada erinevad need kaasumise ulatused ja ausalt läbi rääkida ka need hirmud, mis täna tegelikult on ka avaliku sektori töötajal, näiteks mingi tööstuse esindajaga suheldes, ja see võtmepunkt on siin selle usaldusliku turvalise sandboxi tekitamine selliseks dialoogiks, siis saab see sealt täpselt tekkida, sest seni me olemegi rääkinud, ütleme niimoodi 3-sõnaliste lausetega neist asjadest. Tuleks artikuleerida. EKTL on selles mõttes väga head tööd teinud, et nad on ennast ka positsioneerinud sellise, ütleme, vahealana või sandboxina, mida võiks edaspidi rohkem võib-olla kasutada selliste ettevaatavate asjade planeerimisel ka. Aga kui me räägime nüüd sellest, et kuhu 2% sees see joon peaks liikuma, siis küsimus ei ole ju ainult selles 2%. Küsimus on selles, et see ei ole nullsumma mäng, millele Taavi ka siin viitas. Et ilmselgelt minule kui rahaküsijale on parem, kui ma saan rahastajale öelda, et by the way, et tulevad ka töökohad, sotsiaalmajanduslik mõju, SKP kasvab, see, mis toob riigikaitsesse raha tagasi ja selliste, ütleme, business case'ide müümine Eesti sees on võib-olla üks kõige suurem korralduslik väljakutse, mida me peaks EKTL-iga koos käsile võtma, et me oleme suutnud Euroopas ja välismaal ennast paremini müüa kui Eestis. Aga selleks tuleb luua selline turvaline sandbox, kus neid konkreetsete võimearenduste puhul siis arutada neid küsimusi, mida me kindlasti ei tahaks ja mis see võib tunduda sellise kohatu ametniku manitsusena, ülemakstud ametniku manitsusena, aga siiski ma tahaks öelda, et lihtsalt olles selle asja sees olnud ka ja käinud siin eelmine aasta mitu korda AK-s aru andmas siis meie koostööst relvatöösturitega, et on oluline ka sektori poolne teatud selline eneseregulatsioon ja ka ühiskonna poolne teatud lobireeglite paikapanek, et kui me selle sandboxi teeme, et siis me ei avastaks ennast olukorras, et okei, et me ajame siin mõistlikku juttu, aga samal ajal käib Riigikogu suures saalis mingi välismaise relvatöösturi poolt juhatatud etendus, mis üritab üldse kogu seda sandboxi eemale tõugata mängust. Et siin oleks ka vaja sektori toetust kindlasti, mis on praegu lihtsalt, et niisugune kainestava perspektiivina meid on tabanud tohutu majanduslangus ja me praegu võitleme selle eest, et säilitada kaitsekulu eelmise majandusprognoosi põhiselt kasvõi. Ja see toob veel enam pilti selle riigisisese enesemüümise just sellise sotsiaalmajandusliku business case'i raames ja seda saab teha ainult koos sektoriga. Et see on see meie ühine pingutus ja kui me suudame sellisest nullsumma retoorikast minna sellise asja peale, kus meil ongi ühiste huvide esindamine strateegilises plaanis, siis ma arvan, kaovad ära ka need paljud pinged. Aga selle eelduseks on see, et sektoris toimub teatud selline eneseregulatsioon.
Kas see sandbox, millest sa räägid, kas see võiks olla koht, kus tullakse kokku ja ühiselt tegeletakse või see on koht, kus ükskord arutatakse asjad ära ja siis minnakse laiali ja tehakse igal pool eraldi?
Ma toon ühe näite, ma praegu piloteerime ministeeriumis ja teiste ametkondade ja EKTL-iga ka sellise asjaga, nagu on drooni turvalisuse strateegia. Meid tabab üsna pea siukene reaalsus, kus ütleme, need elektritõuksid hakkavad lendama. Et samasugune paanika tabab nagu elektritõuksidega tagas Tallinna linnavalitsust, tagab meid õhust ja õhk on märksa nagu haavatavam sfäär tavainimese jaoks. Ja me püüaks nüüd siin selle aasta sees käimas olnud uurimisprojekti raames sõnastada ära, mis oleks see risk ja oht, mis meid ees ootab turvalisuse vaates ja milline oleks sektoriga koos läbi räägitud tehnoloogilisi potentsiaale arvestav selline tellija kompetents või tellimus, riigipoolne üldine tellimus selle valdkonna lahendamiseks, et seal ei juhtuks niimoodi, et iga asutus tekitab endale tajutud turvalisuse sellega, et ostab mingi jubina commercial off the shelf lihtsalt või government off the shelf välismaalt, pannakse see püsti ja siis selgub, et oi, et naabermajas on sideprobleemid sellega seoses ja kogu operatsioon tuleb kinni panna. Ja me tahaks nagu selles pilootprojektis ka distantseerida üldse tootepõhisest mõtlemisest, vaid mõelda selle peale, riigil on probleem, tsiviildroonide ohutuse tagamise probleem. Inimesi, kes sellest midagi teavad, on vähem kui seal töörühmas. On ilmselge, et iga asutus ei saa selle akuutse probleemiga ise hakata tegelema. Ja ühe võimalusena tulebki läbi rääkida, kas on mingi ettevõtete või eraettevõtete konsortsium Eestis olemas, kes võtaks mõnes mõttes üldse selle probleemi nagu teenusena pikaaegselt lahendada, ilma et me peaks hakkama rääkima uute asutuste rajamisest, et seal oleks mingi äriline loogika ja see organisatoor või see probleem ise rahastaks ennast ära ka mõnes mõttes.
Veiko Vello, Taavi rääkis siin sellest, kuidas kaitsetööstus tahaks pakkuda tööriista kaitseväele, et kuidas siis peaks selles sandboxis, millest teile Meelis rääkis, välja nägema, et õiged tööriistad jõuaksid siis õige probleemi lahendamiseks?
No nüüd proovides kokku panna Meelise lauset, et peab alustama probleemi sõnastusest ja siis Taavi minu arust väga head mõtet, et koostöö alustamiseks hanke etapp on liiga hilja, ilmselgelt liiga hilja. Ja nüüd siis sinna liivakasti juurde tagasi minnes, siis on olemas selliseid üldiseid probleemi püstitusi ja probleemi sõnastusi, mida ühelt poolt peaks tegema Kaitsevägi, aga teiselt poolt võiks teha ka tööstus ise, kellel on märgatavalt laiem silmaring väga paljude detailide osas. Ja ütleme siis seda probleemi sõnastusest, näiteks võtame sellise asja nagu mehitamata süsteemid ja tehisintellekt. 2 sellist väga üldist märksõna. Siis probleemi sõnastus võiks olla midagi sellist, et kui te sõjaväelase vaatenurgast, et kui te võtate jalaväepataljoni, võtame näiteks kaudspataljoni, siis kaudspataljoonis on umbes 700 inimest. Ja kui keegi joonistab kaardi peale noole, et kaudspataljon peab kuskil midagi ründama, ja nüüd on seal selline läbimurdekoht või ründekoht või selline raskuspunkt. Ja kui ma nüüd hakkan maha arvestama neid inimesi, kes seal raskuspunktis ei ole kohal, me tahame sõjaväelastena, et võimalikult palju tulejõudu, võimalikult palju inimesi oleks seal raskuspunktis, siis ma kõigepealt löön maha sealt pataljoni koosseisust sidemehed ja kokad ja keda iganes veel, miinipildurid ja nii edasi ja nii edasi. Siis ma panen ühe kompani endale reservi sellest skautspataljoni 3 kompanist, osad inimesed panen külgjulgestuse, siis nüüd need kompanid, kes seal raskuspunktis on, need panevad ka veel midagi endale reservi ja midagi külgjulgestusse. Ja siis kuskil sellest 700 inimesest, kes seal skautspataljoonis on, siis seal raskuspunktis, seal läbimurdepunktis on võib-olla 60 inimest, võib-olla 70 inimest. Ja see on minu jaoks, kui sõjaväelas on probleem. Ma tahan, et keegi mul see probleemi ära lahendaks. Ma tahan, et seal ei oleks mitte 60 inimest, vaid 400 inimest, 500 inimest, kes selle raskuspunktis oma tulejõu ja selle massi nagu välja tooks.
Aga kuidas täna Kaitsevägi käib ja ütleb seda kaitsetööstusele?
See ongi probleem, et meil ei ole sellist nagu turvalist ühelt poolt liivakasti ja teiselt poolt on see küsimus, et kellele me seda ütleksime. Et me oleme Eesti Kaitsetööstuse Liiduga üritanud tekitada selliseid seminare, aga ma möönan, et meie probleemi sõnastus on tihtipeale võib-olla liiga kitsas. Ta ei ole lennukas, ta ei ole kaugele vaatav, ta ei ole pikaajaline ja ka väikseid probleeme tuleb lahendada. Aga just selline suur probleem, selline suure probleemi püstitamine võimaldaks Eesti Kaitsetööstuse Liidul teha sellist pikaajalist koostööd. See oleks nagu meie poolt selline liivakasti asi ja teiselt poolt ütleme siis niimoodi, et kui me vaatame kas või selliseid primitiivseid asju, nagu jälle ma mainisin kaitsevormi või see sama välivorm, mis mul seljas on, siis on selge, et kui me tänapäeval endale riideid ostame, siis meil ei ole kõikidel ühesugused riided, ühesuguse lõikega, ühesuguse tegumoega, vaid kõik tahavad endale natukene erinevaid ja selliseid, millest sa ennast mugavalt tunned. Ja nüüd võiks olla kaitsetööstuse ettevõtte, kes võib-olla pakuks meile mingit sellist lahendust, kuidas me saame seda isikustada ja kohaldada.
Taavi, võib-olla sa räägiksid natuke sellest, et selleks, et osapooled seal liivakastis kokku saaksid mõistlikult saada, peavad olema osapooled ette valmistatud. Et on aru saada, et riigil on oma ülesanded teada, eelarve tuleb iga aasta, Kaitseväe poolt on ka üsna selge, väga põhjalikult selles võimel planeerimisprotsessis läbi arvutatud, et mida kõike vaja on, mis ajaks kuskile midagi peab jõudma. Et mis on nagu tööstuse vaates just need olulised punktid ühe ettevõtte vaatest võib-olla isegi, et millised need eeltingimused peaksid riigis olema olemas selleks, et üldse tööstus oleks valmis tulema sinna kasti arutama kahe väga suure olulise osapoolega selliseid olulisi riigikaitselisi küsimusi?
Ja aitäh. Et kõigepealt ma ka siiski selles mõttes seda turvalise keskkonna küsimust puudutan, kuna ma pean ka seda ääretult oluliseks. Sellepärast, et ma näen täna tööstuse poole pealt, ja täiesti õigustatult, et inimesed, meie head partnerid ametnike näol ei taha võtta riski. Ma saan täiesti suurepärast aru, sest miks nad peaksid võtma riski? See risk ei ole kuidagi nagu rewardid. Selle riski eest ei saa midagi nagu juurde. Et meil on küll ja küll Eesti halduskultuuris näiteid riigiametnikest, kes on tahtnud teha rohkem, võib-olla kui nende ametijuhend ja tööülesanded seda ette näevad. Ja nad on saanud sellest vastu pead. Kusjuures absoluutselt on tegemist olnud väga eetiliste, väga ausate, väga riigile pühendunud inimestega. Ja kui selliseid kõrge profiiliga näiteid on jälle ja veel, siis ju kõik inimesed õpivad. Targad inimesed õpivad. Ja me oleme kujundanud täna nagu halduskultuuri, kus on hinnatud või saab väärtustatud see, et pigem, et kui sa midagi ei tee, siis sinuga ka midagi ei juhtu. Ja kaitsetööstuse jaoks on see suur probleem. Sellepärast, et kaitsetööstus on eelkõige business to government äri. Ja me saame kõik aru, et ja jättes isegi Eesti kõrvale, me saame aru, et ka Eestist välja ei ole võimalik Eesti ettevõtetel minna, kui nad ei tee koostööd Eesti riigiga, Eesti kaitseväega. Sest esimene küsimus meie partneritelt väljast on see, et kas teie enda riik kasutab neid seadmeid või ei kasuta. Ja et üldse sinnamaani jõuda, on vaja testida. Jumal tänatud, ma arvan siiski, et ka üks väga positiivne pool on see, et me oleme viimastel aastatel saanud selle testimise poole päris hästi tööle koos kaitseväega ja selles mõttes suur aitäh kindlasti Eesti kaitseväele selle eest, et nad on oma tööülesannete, teiste tööülesannete seas võtnud ka selle ülesande enda kanda. Aga ma siit jõuangi oma peamise punktini ja see on see, et ka riigi poolt koostööd kaitsetööstusega ei saa teha nagu obi korras. Et see ei saa olla kellegi obi, et ta teeb nagu muud tööd, aga siis tuleb seal mingi kaitsetööstuse ettevõte, et okei, mulle see teema meeldib, ma lahendan selle küsimusega ära. Üks nagu õhine põhist nagu kaitsetööstusega koostööd riigi võttes teha ei saa. Esiteks see panebki inimesed riski, kui see ei ole tema ameti ülesanne, siis on kohe küsimus, miks ta sellega tegeleb. Ja teiselt poolt ka see, et see ei anna meile mingit süsteemset lähenemist. Ma arvan siiski üks hea näide, mida siin oli, et kõik teavad, on see, et me ühel hetkel saime siiski kaitsetööstuse ja kaitsevahelised töörühmad enam-vähem, mitte küll kõik ühel tasemel, aga enam-vähem tööle. Ja see oli ka see murrangu punkt, kus Riho Terras kaitseväe juhatajana siiski ütles, et mingite inimeste, mingite kaitseväelaste jaoks nendes töörühmades osalemine ei ole peale viit tegevused, vaid et see ongi osa nende tööülesannetest. Ja ma arvan, et seda mudelit, et see on see tee, mõneti ka, kus tekib see turvaline keskkond, kui sisuliselt ongi antud legitimatsioon, et sa mitte ei või, vaid sa pead sellega tegelema. See ongi sinu ülesanne. Vastupidi, kui sa seda ei tee, siis sa rikud midagi, kui sa seda teed. Et see midagi ei ole teha, et mulle ei meeldi regulatsioonid, aga tõenäoliselt me ei pääse siin sellest, et me peamegi defineerima õiguslikud alused ja loodetavasti näiteks ka andma mingi üldnormi uues, loodetavasti kunagi vastuvõetavas riigikaitseseaduses. et siis juba kas Kaitseministeerium või Vabariigi Valitsus kehtestab mingi täpsema korra, mis ühelt poolt annab selle transparentsuse, väldib seda huvide konflikti, korruptsiooni, aga teiselt poolt siiski loob selle keskkonna, et me saame teineteisega avatult rääkida. Et see on ääretult oluline punkt, ja just avatult rääkida, et keegi ei peaks kartma, et ta pannakse pärast seda rääkimist vangi.
Ja ma saan aru, et see on ka sinu vaates siis üks põhilisi eeldusi ka tööstuse vaatest, et selline parem tulemus kõigi jaoks saaks sündida?
Kindlasti ja just kõigi jaoks, sest see on täpselt samamoodi ka dialoog tööstuselt väe jaoks. See on ka, et mida teised teevad, mida teevad meie liitlased ja ka need võib-olla, kes ei ole meie liitlased, kes toimetavad hoopis Aasias kuskil, mida nemad teevad, mis on nende doktriin enda riiki kaitsta ja kuidas nad seda implementeerivad. Aga teine pool ikkagi on see, et mis peaks ka jääma siin kõlama, et kuigi meie paneeli pealkiri on kaitsetööstus, osa kaitsevõimest, aga on see, et ega see sotsiaalmajanduslik kasu ühiskonna jaoks, et meil oleks ka 2% ja loodetavasti 2+%, mida me kaitsevõimesse paneme, suurem on see ikkagi, et see töö peab nagu lõpuks ka avalduma toodete näol, mida on võimalik müüa Eestist välja. Sest ilmselgelt Eesti kaitsetööstus ei kasva kunagi suureks Eesti kaitseväe või Eesti riigiga sisejulgeoleku valdkonna tellimuste põhiselt. Et see on ikkagi selline hüppelaud ja hüppelaud ka nagu selles vaates, et kui meie ettevõtted on osa mingitest suurematest rahvusvahelistest väärtusahelatest, tehakse uus Euroopa lahingtank, meie ettevõtted on osa sellest konsortsiumist, kes seda teevad. See on, ma arvan, meeletu ja mingid juppi sellest tehakse Eestis. Ma arvan, see on Eesti kaitse või Eesti julgeoleku seisukoha pealt meeletu julgeoleku hüpe.
Meelis, tuleks natuke tagasi selle bussipeatuste juurde, mida sa ise mainisid, et võib-olla sa natuke avad lähemalt siis seda, et kus sa näed nagu neid põhilisi bussipeatusi tänases valguses, et kuhu nad võiksid siis tekkida, kus siis tööstus võiks oodata oma järgi ja kus ta saaks siis selles kaitsevõime arendamises kaasa rääkima hakata?
No väga kõigepealt kommentaariks, et see hobi korras kaitsetööstuse arendamine oli sõbralik piltlik kujund healt kolleegilt Taavi Veskimäelt, et meil on ikkagi süsteemseid pingutusi tehtud selleks, et siia täna jõuda. Aga see selleks. Sellised torked käivad sellise konverentsi juurde.
Ära võtta, see ei olnud mingi torge. Ma arvan, et siin on nagu erinevus, mida me alati peame endale teadvustama. Ja see on see, et siin väga strateegilisel tasemel see ongi hästi süsteemne, aga kui me läheme selle konkreetse võib-olla väeosa või kellegi konkreetse töötaja või ohvitseri tasemel, siis tema alati ei taju, kuna tal ei ole seda suurt pilti. Tema ikkagi tegutseb selle käsu alusel, mis on talle antud. Kui talle pole seda käsku antud, siis ta seda ei tee või kui ta teeb, siis ta teebki, et näe, siin oli keegi tuttav või sõber, eks ole, ta tegi mingi toote, tõi mulle siia katsetada, ma katsetan ära. Jumal tänatud, ma arvan, et selle uue testimise korraga me olemegi sealt liikunud palju eemale. Selles mõttes progress on kindlasti olemas, aga seda on siin-seal veel olemas.
Jaa, kindlasti on ja kindlasti ei saagi igalt tasandilt minna küsima toetust konkreetsele arendustegevusele, et see peabki olema ohjatud ja ohjatud sektorite vaheliselt ja ka need sandboxid peavad olema kätte näidatud, et ütleme juhukontakti põhjal arvata, et sealt ei tule kultuurilistel põhjustel tulemust, et seda ei tohiks kindlasti teha, mis me peakski uue kaitsetööstuspoliitikaga tegema, ei pea ära kirjeldama, et mis see mäng on või täpne areng järgmise kümnendi jooksul, vaid muutma neid mängureegleid selliseks, et ka need sellised tajutud probleemid ei võimenduks kuidagi ebaadekvaatseks või saaksid reaalselt ka mingisuguse lahenduse. Ja ega siin palju formaate ei ole, et kus kohas arutada seda, kuidas pikaajaliselt Eesti sõjalisse kaitsesse saaksid kohalikud töösturid kaasuda. See on see protsess, kui kinnitatakse ära riigikaitse arengukava ja kui hakatakse mõtlema seda, et kuidas siis seda rakendada, milliste tehnoloogiate või lahenduste peale seda võimet, mis Kaitseväe juhataja valitsusele nõustas, et seda oleks vaja sõjalistel põhjustel Eesti riigi kaitseks hankida.
Siis ei ole mees juba hilja natuke, kui plaan on tehtud, tööstusega räägitud ei ole, et kas siis juba ei ole äkki hilja?
Rääkida võib küll, aga küsimus on selles, et see jutt saabki olla selles etapis nagu nõustav, et me kindlasti ja sel samal põhjusel, mis ma alguses mainisin, ma olen seda meelt ja võib nõustuda või mitte, aga ma ütlen selle välja, et sõjalise võime arendamise otsused selles osas, et mis võimet me arendame, puhtalt sõjalisest vaatenurgast, seal peab jääma Eesti-sugusel väikeriigil ekspertide võim. Et meil on suuri rikkaid riike, kus eri väeliigid käivad ise tegemas oma relvalobi näiteks koos tööstusega senatis või kongressis ja seal võib sellist asja endale lubada, aga väikse süsteemi puhul see terviklikkus või terviklus, süsteemi terviklus on sageli olulisemgi kui selle väestruktuuri suurus ja siin teatud autonoomia peab ikkagi jääma, et lihtsalt rollitaju kujundamiseks meie tuleme sellesse poliitikaprotsessi ka sisse ikkagi selle eeldusega, et mingites küsimustes on riigil autonoomsus, mis ei ole kunagi. Ühtegi riigikaitse arengukava ei tehta kõrvad ja silmad kinni. Alati uuritakse, mis on saadaval tehnoloogiliselt ja nii edasi ja selleks on ka loodud ju ka need EKTL-i töörühmad ja üldse EKTL, et ta suudaks pikema perspektiivi vältel mitte ainult siis hoogtöö korras ühe arengukava koostamise käigus anda seda teadlikkust ja luua seda teadlikkust riigile. Aga mis see võtmekoht siin on endiselt see, et me peame just need samad, mida Taavi rääkis, need sotsiaalmajanduslikud mõjud ja see üldine kasu ja sidusus, mis ühiskonnal Kaitseväel nende võimalike arenduste, omamaiste arenduste läbi tekib, et selle nagu paremini sõnastama enda jaoks, sest oleme ausad, me ei ole selles kumbki väga hea, ei riik ega ettevõtlussektor ja müüma seda Eestis rohkem ja laiemale publikule kui ainult kaitseminister.
Veiko Vello, käsi oli püsti.
Jaa, ma ei ole Kaitseväe juhataja, ma loodan, et kellelegi ei tule see üllatuseks, ma proovin mõelda tema mõtteid. Ehk Meelis täiesti õigesti ütles, et sõjaline kaitse on mingi selline asi, mille üle peaks otsustama peaasjalikult enne kõige Kaitseväe juhataja, kes teeb nõuande raha kulutamise osas. Nüüd, kui mõelda moderniseerimisele ja siis ütleme sellisele teele, mitte kindlale teele minemise poole pealt, sest kindel tee on see, et sa kuulutad välja hanke ja vaatad, mis turult saada on ja ostad kõige parema hinna-kvaliteedi suhtega asja. Ja iga kord firmadelt, kellel ei ole eelnevaid kogemusi või asjade ostmine, mille kohta üldse turul midagi teada ei ole, see on alati nagu ehku peale minek. Seetõttu ma usun, on ebareaalne loota, et Kaitseväe juhataja täiesti teadlikult loobuks konkreetse sõjalise võime arendamisest ja investeeriks seda ehku peale. Teeks soovituse, et seda võiks investeerida ehku peale. Nii et ma osaliselt vaidlen Meelisele vastu. On väga ebareaalne arvata, et Kaitseväe juhataja ütleb, et ei poisid, pange nüüd see raha ja see ressurss mingi asja peale, mis on võib-olla alles fundamentaaluuringute etapis ja jõuab põllu peale, jõuab lahinguväljale 15 aasta pärast. See on täiesti ebareaalne.
Jaa, sa tegelikult ei vaielnudki mulle vastu.
5-10 aastat on okei. Teine asi, mida Taavi ütles ja mis on väga tähtis, on tegelikult see kredibiilsuse asi. Kui Eesti Kaitsetööstuse ettevõtte midagi tahab müüa, siis esimene küsimus on see, et kas Eesti Kaitsevägi on seda ostnud. Ja siin minu arust see peaks olema kaitsepoliitiline, just nimelt rõhksõna poliitiline otsus. Ja see nüüd on midagi, mida peaks tegema kas Vabariigi Valitsus, minister või Riigikogu, kes ütleb, et te ostate kaitse eelarve eest selliseid ja selliseid asju teadlikult, ausalt ja avameelselt, mitte me ei üritaks ise seda otsust panna Kaitseväe juhataja õlule, et sa ju tahad seda osta. Ja viimane asi on see, et mida peab Kaitsevägi enda sees tegema, on selline ootuste manageerimine ehk siis moderniseeritavus, et kui meile tuuakse pool toode ja pool produkt, mis on okei, sest me ju koos arendame, siis meie peame seda enda sees väga selgelt kommunikeerima, et see on pool toode alles, see on alles moderniseerimise käigus, see on alles tootearenduse etapis, et ei tekiks selliseid imelikke signaale, et te tõite meile rämpsu ja Eesti Kaitsetööstus näiteks ei sobi mitte kuhugile.
Nii, Taavi, hästi lühike kommentaar, meil on aeg hakkab juba otsa saama.
Ja, et võib-olla üks selline koostööruum ja ma olen täitsa nõus, et neid koostööruume nii Kaitsetööstusnõukoda, Kaitsetööstuskomitee, kus on kõik osapooled olemas, eks ole, dialoogi kohti täitsa on. Aga võib-olla üks koht, et kui me räägimegi sellest tasakaalust, selline arendus ja juba testitud tehnoloogia, on ikkagi see sama palju räägitud selline koostöö kolmnurk, ütleme, ülikoolid, riik, ettevõtted. Et see võib olla ka üks selline liivakast, et me institutsionaliseerimegi selle arenduskoostöö sellisel kujul ära, et seal ongi kõik osapooled selle institutsiooni osad, mis tähendabki seda, et see on niisugune kvaasiriiklik organisatsioon ja kõik, mis seal toimub, see ongi automaatselt legitiimne. Et midagi ei ole teha, riigis võib-olla tuleb mõnikord asju institutsionaliseerida, lihtsalt sellepärast, et anda neile legitiimsus. Ja kus see tasakaal võiks olla nagu raha mõttes, ma arvan, et esimene samm see sama, et 2% 2%, eks ole, arendusse, et ma arvan, et see oleks täitsa hea ja algus, kust minna liikuma.
Ja meie aeg on läbi saanud veel 30 sekundit igale ühele lühidalt kokku võtta üks mõte, et mis nüüd järgmise aasta jooksul kindlasti tuleks ära teha kogu selle teema kokkuvõttes, et Meelis?
Kõik need asjad tuleb ära teha, mis me siin arutasime, selles mõttes, et me peame natuke artikuleerima intelligentsemalt, ka intelligentsemalt, kui on lihtsalt sisendprotsendipõhine rahastus, et see võib kõik olla õige, aga me peaks tegema koostöös, mõtestama selle protsessi ära ja paneme seljad kokku ja vaatama, et kuidas oleks vähem nullsumma mänge tulevikus nendes konversatsioonides ja kuidas seljad kokku pannes me mõlemad suudaksime ka kaitsekulu tõsta püsivalt.
Suurepärane. Veiko Vello.
Ma arvan, et minu poolt see, et poliitika tuleks lahutada, kas siis kaitsepoliitika, majanduspoliitika tuleks lahutada ekspertlusest ehk Kaitseväe juhataja otseselt sõjalisest nõuandest ja siis otsustada nende kahe puhul eraldi ausalt ja avatud ja kohe algusest peale. Ja teine on see, et need probleemi püstitused, et milliseid probleeme me üldse lahendame, peale Kaitseväe on väga suur panus ka kaitsetööstuselt. Need probleemi püstitused tuleks koos teha.
Ja Taavi?
Kaitsetööstuse Liidu 2021 peamine eesmärk on see, et me saaksime vastu võetud Eesti kaitsetööstuspoliitika, mis vastab Eesti kaitsetööstusettevõtete huvidele. Ja see tähendab seda, et selle tulemusel on tõesti meil selline tihe alusmets, meil on palju selliseid alustavaid ettevõtteid, aga meil on samas ka selliseid pikkasid mastimändisid ehk siis rahvusvaheliselt tunnustatud omas sellises sektoris ettevõtted, et see on see visioon, mis meil on Eesti kaitsetööstusest ja kaitsetööstuspoliitika peaks olema see, mis siis sisuliselt nii seaks eesmärgid kui määratleks tee sinna, nii et kaitsetööstuspoliitika on kindlasti 2021 meie põhiline fookus.
Nii, suur tänu panelistidele ja ma arvan, et kokkuvõtteks nende uusaasta lubaduste peale võiks siis öelda seda, et ma arvan, et järgmine aasta saab olema väga huvitav, et kuidas hanketööstus või kaitsetööstuspoliitika siis hakkab arenema ja ma kirjutasin siin endale välja umbes 4 sellist märksõna: sandbox, toolbox, bussipeatus ja tasakaal tuleviku ja oleviku vahel. Nii et ma arvan, et need saavad olema huvitavad vaidlused, mis meil ees seisavad järgmisel aastal. Ma usun, et kõik saame teada, kuidas siis läheb. Aitäh teile!
So, dear audience, as the CEO of the Estonian Defence Industry Association, it is my complete privilege and honor to call our annual conference ended. I believe you enjoyed the topics we covered early on, of course, especially the first two of one, in which we covered the aspects of how to be successful in applying the grants from the Europe. And also in the second one, we actually covered the ways how to cope the shift which is generated and the magnitude of that shift which is implied over the businesses, in particular in the defense industry area. Thank you so much indeed for finding your time in your busy schedule to listening us. You can watch us again, all panels using the YouTube link, which will pop up into our ADIA webpage. And I hope you will join us again next year. Thank you. Head vaatajad-kuulajad, Eesti Kaitsetööstuse Liidu tegevjuhiga mul on suur au ja tänada teid kõiki, et te leidsite aega täna meie iga-aastase regulaarse vestluse jälgimiseks. Meil oli täna 3 paneeli, kus me siis käsitlesime esiteks, et mis on need aspektid, mis on need võimalused ja mis on need eesmärgid, et olla edukas taotlemaks teadusgrante, rahvusvahelisi teadusgrante. Me rääkisime 3 riigi näite varal täna, millised on need võimalused, millised on eesmärgid ja millised on lahendused, kuidas tulla toime nende protsessidega, mis täna väga selgelt mõjutavad äritegemist kaitse- ja julgeolekusektoris ja milline võiks olla siis väljumisstrateegia, mis siis võimaldaks äri ajada, kui ülemaailmne pandeemia on jõudnud lõpuni. Ja samuti viimases paneelis me väga suumisime väga keskselt oma riigi vaates, milline on siis tulemuslik koostöö, mis siis oleks riigi, kaitseväe ja tööstuse vahel. Kuidas seda teha? Kõigil 3 osapoolel on täna omad kitsaskohad, kuigi eesmärk on üks, kaitsta Eesti riiki. Ma tänan väga meie meediapartnerid, kes on aitanud kogu selle täna korraldada siin ja kohtumiseni järgmisel aastal, järgmisel konverentsil. Aitäh!